are treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is explored. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor under injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, whining shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begins to play. Changing the system, we're treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is explored. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright, waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, we're treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is explored. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
It's that's and fall you want.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone, together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Don't compromise, not treat it fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. When you stand as one, you've got the power. You can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair, sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid, together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treat it fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait, to change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treat it fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. As a union means we're unified. The unified, the unified. Your voice matters, your worth matters. Together we can make it better.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles, oh, truth was masked by golden curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. and gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. In and now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise.
All right, welcome back to another special episode of the pregame show for our League of Extraordinary Inventors Friday podcast. I'm your host, the Benefactor. I'm an independent researcher looking into all forms of forbidden knowledge. We're going to start today with a lecture on the Aether. So let me give you the guide. It's in the description, but I like to post it in the chat as well, so you guys have it. And I'll also put it up on the screen for those who can't actually follow along in an extra tab, like if you're on your phone or something. Elijah says the music makes him feel like he's in an anime. Yes, that's the idea. It's epic, and it's made to be epic. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to load it up in another tab so I can post it in the chat for you guys. There it is. And as you can see, in an attempt to not only try to get more subscribers, but to eliminate some trolls, I enabled the subscriber-only chat. Now, you don't have to wait in order to subscribe and chat in, but I did do that for a reason, just to weed out some of the people who aren't serious about this stuff and just want to tease us. Alright, so I put the pregame show guide in the chat for you guys. I'm going to load it up here on the screen as well. All right, so as I've said before, this is our pre-game show for the League of Extraordinary Inventors. That will be hitting off at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as per usual. I like to take this opportunity before the show to delve into some of my research and get to some of the details that we might not be able to get to in the main show because we have so many people on now that sometimes we don't get to go into too much detail with my research specifically. So I like to give you guys the opportunity to catch up for the week. In part 1, we're going to be having a lecture on the Aether. Part 2 will be a special message from Daniel Nunez himself, a video that I've been looking for a long time, and it includes some fascinating details. In part 3, we'll be jumping back into the mini lab, putting back on our lab coat, and I have a host of tests that I need to get done, and I'm hoping that you guys will help me go through those, and I'll ask you, which ones look interesting to start off with, and you will be able to input your opinion on that when we get to it. So, yesterday, a video from a YouTuber featuring a billion frames per second camera offered a mesmerizing glimpse into how light behaves in motion. And I hadn't seen this before. I'm sure some people have, but this was new to me, and it sparked some fascinating connections. Okay? Yep, the quality. Let me adjust the quality. Every time I go into tab out to chat with you guys on an alternate tab, I lower the quality, and then I go into the shorts, and there's no actual setting for short quality. So give me 1 second. I have to go back. There we go.
$1,000 that shoots at 1 billion frames per second. Today I want to take a video of the light leaving this laser, traveling across this room and hitting the garage door 18 feet away. Here's a picture of the laser illuminating the wall captured on my phone, and here is a video of the same scene captured by my custom Lightspeed camera. It starts totally dark because there's no light in the room.
Watch
then the
when it
laser
diminishes.
turns on and you can see light rush towards the garage door. Eventually, reflected light has enough time to bounce around and the whole scene fills up with light.
Did you see it? Okay, I'll show it to you again. Watch when it diminishes. It doesn't go back towards the source. It goes forward.
Then the laser turns on and you can see light rush towards the garage door. Eventually, reflected light has enough time to bounce around and the whole scene fills up with
Right. This is going the same speed as the distance.
So, forward diminishing behavior. Light seems to diminish forward rather than retreat towards its source. This perspective challenges traditional ways of visualizing light propagation, and I'll tell you why. Okay? This echoes Tesla's vision, and Nikola Tesla once described light as sound waves in the aether, a vibrational phenomenon rather than simple particles or waves, right? The forward diminishing motion aligns with his concept of light as a vibration in an unseen medium, the aether. While this observation may not be entirely new, it's a striking reminder of how far our tools have come in helping us visualize and question the nature of energy. Could this pave the way for renewed interest in Tesla's aether theories and inspire future breakthroughs? I'm hoping this lecture will. Okay, so let's look at the traditional model, light as a wave and particle. So how does this work? In traditional science, light is described as both a wave and a particle, or a photon. It travels through empty space at the speed of light. No medium, like air or water, is required. Once light is emitted from a source, it moves independently, unaffected by the movement of its source. So some challenges with this traditional way of describing light is, while this model works well for most things, it leaves some puzzling questions, like photons' behavior. A photon, or light particle, acts like it's traveling everywhere as a wave until it is seen or detected. But how does it actually choose where to land? It's almost like the photon knows where it's needed. Okay, so and light also has a constant speed. Light travels at the same speed no matter how fast you're moving. Even if you're racing towards a light source, the light doesn't hit you faster. Why is that? Okay, let's think about this more. Photon behavior. Why does a photon know where to land? In Tesla's view, the aether is a medium through which all energy flows, including light. Think of it like an invisible ocean that surrounds everything. When a photon or light moves through the aether, it's like a drop of water moving through this ocean. The photon doesn't just travel randomly. It's interacting with the aether and flowing its natural flow. So when we see a photon, we're essentially catching it in a specific moment of its journey, where the aether is interacting with the system like us. It doesn't choose where to land, it's just following the aether's flow, and when we detect it, we sync up with its wave. All right, so the constant speed of light. This is, okay. Why doesn't light speed up when you move towards it? Now, this is a big question that I had for a while. According to Tesla's aether model, light moves through the aether at a fixed speed because the aether itself is stable. It's a stable underlying medium that doesn't change based on your motion. It's like trying to swim through a current in a river. Okay? If you swim towards the current, you might be moving faster relative to the bank of the river, but the flow of the river stays at the same speed, right? Similarly, no matter how fast you're moving towards a light source, the aether or river is still carrying that light at a constant speed because it has a medium in which it's flowing through. All right, a simple analogy, okay? Imagine the aether is like the air in a room and light is like a balloon floating through it. No matter how fast you walk towards the balloon still moves at the same speed relative to the air. You can't change the air's flow just by walking. I mean, you probably could if you were big enough and you're fast enough, but you get the simple analogy is just walking towards the balloon isn't going to change the speed at which the balloon's floating around, okay? The medium is the variable which to consider here. In Tesla's model, the aether is the air, and the photon is the balloon. The light will always move at the same speed no matter your motion. This simple framework helps explain why the speed of light stays constant even when you're moving towards the light source. The aether is a fixed medium that governs this, and it doesn't change based on your speed. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome to everybody who's just joining us. We're having our lecture on the aether. So, okay, let's take a look at the flashlight dilemma. How does light know where to go? Imagine holding a flashlight in a dark room. When you move the flashlight, the beam of light moves instantly with it, illuminating a new spot on the wall. Simple, right? But let's think about that for a minute, because if photons are tiny particles, this creates a big head scratcher. If photons are flying out like little bullets, how do they instantly know where to land in this new spot? Right? It's like a row of archers firing arrows and instantly curving them to hit a moving target. It doesn't really make sense. Wouldn't some light linger? If light were just particles, shouldn't some photons miss the new target and keep traveling toward the old spot? But this never happens. The beam moves perfectly. All right? So let's break it down even further, because this is a concept that we need to wrap our heads around, and it's often overlooked. An observer traveling towards the light. Okay, let's look at an observer traveling towards a light source. In Tesla's Aether model, if you're moving toward the light source, you won't see the light moving faster, even though it might feel like it should, and here's why. To you, the observer, as you move toward the light source, you're getting closer to the photons, so you might expect the light to hit you sooner. But because the light is always traveling at the same speed in the aether, a fixed medium, the photons are still traveling at the same speed. It's like you're walking toward a moving train, but the train's speed remains constant, no matter how fast you're walking towards it. And that's not a perfect analogy, I granted that. But let's take a look at the bullet analogy again, because this one's more important. In conventional explanation, based on the idea of light as a particle, right, you might think of a bullet fired from a gun. If you're moving towards the bullet, it would seem to you that the bullet is coming at you faster. However, light doesn't behave like a bullet. It's not just a particle moving through space, it's a wave in the aether. In Tesla's model, the speed of light is a constant because it's the result of the aether's properties, not something dependent on your motion. A simple breakdown of this is, in Tesla's aether model, the speed of light is fixed in the aether, so even if you're moving towards it, the light doesn't appear faster. Okay? But the bullet analogy, in traditional physics, if you're moving towards a bullet, it seems to hit you faster because you're shortening the distance. But the light isn't a bullet, okay? So even though it might feel like light should be moving faster towards you, it's actually not. The aether maintains a constant flow, and light moves through it at a fixed speed, which behaves more like a wave, okay? So the idea of sound waves in the aether. Nikola Tesla believed the universe was filled with an invisible medium called the aether. Light, in this view, wasn't a particle flying through empty space, but a ripple moving through this aether, just like sound waves travel through air. All right, to strengthen this analogy, imagine throwing a stone into a pond. The ripples spread out, but the water itself doesn't move much. Similarly, Tesla thought light could be like a ripple in the aether, not tiny particles zooming across space. This idea feels more natural because we already see it with sound and water waves in our everyday lives. Okay? We're trying to simplify these concepts and eliminate as many of the unnecessary variables that some of the higher forms of physics like to throw in, like made-up dimensions and made-up variables, just to get the math to work out right. All right? Now imagine the same flashlight in Tesla's aether model. Instead of shooting particles, the flashlight sends out ripples in the aether, like waves in a pond. When you move the flashlight, you're creating a new ripple in the aether, and the old ones naturally fade, just like sound waves do when you stop speaking. This explains why the light beam always moves perfectly with the source, and why there's no leftover light. The ripple simply follows the movement of the source in real time, with no need for photons to decide where to land when you visually see them. This model doesn't need any made-up dimensions or theories that don't fit with observable nature, right? It's simply a fractal of what we already see in water waves and sound. Remember, as above, so below. The universe behaves in patterns we already understand. So keep it simple, stupid. All right, to make this argument even stronger, everyone understands sound waves. They need air to travel, and their behavior makes sense to us. Tesla's idea of light waves needing the aether works the same way, and it's easier to imagine than abstract ideas like space-time. New discoveries that fit better. So Tesla's aether could explain things traditional models struggle with, like zero-point energy. The aether might store energy everywhere, explaining how we get energy from empty space. Instant connections. If light is an aether wave, it could explain how distant points in space seem instantly connected like ripples in a shared pool. Now, photons behavior, we're going to take a look at Tesla's model versus the traditional model. What's the problem with photons? Well, in the traditional model, a photon acts like it's everywhere as a wave until it's detected and collapses into one spot. But how does that photon decide where to land? It's a contradiction because something physical shouldn't behave this way. We don't see this anywhere in nature. Tesla's solution. In Tesla's model, light isn't a particle, it's a wave traveling through the aether. The detection happens because the wave interacts with something at a specific point, like a sound wave hitting your ear, or water ripples meeting the shore. There's no need for a photon to decide anything. It's just a ripple in the aether reaching the detector naturally, removing the contradiction entirely. And why does this matter? Well, Tesla's idea replaces the confusing wave-particle duality. It replaces it with a simpler explanation. Light's just a wave. This makes the universe feel more connected and less mysterious, while still allowing for all the amazing behaviors of light that we observe. All right, so a couple of things to consider. Why it's compelling. All right, well, it's simple. Tesla's model makes light easier to understand by connecting it to familiar things like sound and water that we can relate to. Unifying. It links light, sound, and electricity as waves in the same medium, giving us one big picture of how the universe works. And this is exciting because if it's true, this idea could open doors to free energy or faster than light communication. And it's my personal belief that that is true. So some more things to consider. Magnets and the aether interaction. Okay, so the use of magnets in free energy devices is often linked to the concept of influencing or twisting the aether. Magnets produce a field that could, in some speculative models, twist or manipulate the aether's structure. All right, and we have a video clip from one of my videos that gives you, when you look at how nature gives you some details on magnets real quick. We're going to take a look at this chapter. Utilizes energy. It does not waste energy. Magnets are nature's over-unity systems. If you calculate the amount of energy it takes to pulse a magnet compared to the number of years it can sustain itself against its own weight in gravity, you clearly get more energy out than put in. I think a lot of this has to do with the diminishing study of the ether. The dismissal of such a critical component, such as the ether, leads us astray. When thinking about magnets, north and south poles, it's best to think about them as inflow and outflow. When you think about it this way, it makes more sense. Why do opposite poles attract? To understand this, we must first look at this analogy.
So we hypothesized that there was some sort of current circulating in and around the magnet, analogous to the current circulating in a coil of wire, and that this was the cause of attraction and repulsion in the magnet. But currents of what? We hypothesized that the vacuum of space was filled with a fluid of some kind, what you humans used to refer to as the ether. We speculated that these special objects were able to spin up the fluid ether in and around the magnet, generating currents that would then result in attraction and repulsion, analogous to what we saw in the coils. To test this hypothesis, we spun a couple of cylinders in a pool of water and watched their behaviors. Here is a video of one of these experiments. In this video, the cylinders are spinning in opposite directions. The spinning cylinders generate currents in the water surrounding the cylinders. When these cylinders are spinning in opposite directions, the currents generated between the two cylinders will be moving in the same direction. Therefore, according to our rule, same attracts, the cylinders should attract, and they do. In this experiment, the cylinders are spinning in the same direction. Again, this is going to generate currents in the water surrounding the cylinders. When the cylinders are spinning in the same direction, the currents generated between the two cylinders will be moving in opposite directions. Therefore, according to our rule, opposites repel, these cylinders should repel, and they do. So, it seems plausible that the function of the magnet could in fact be described by and explained by fluid dynamics.
I believe this inflow and outflow could be the ether, nature's natural zero-point energy, only flowing from one pressure differential in the ether to the other. Constricting the inflow, or North Pole, essentially produces this radiant energy, as it is not able to return and convert back into the ether. All right, so and that really explains it in a very easy way to wrap your head around why opposites attract, whereas conventional science really can't give you that explanation. They can describe what's going on, they can give you theories on like how it's happening, but they can't really tell you why opposites attract. And this is something that I think is telling, and more evidence that the Aether does exist, along with the Michelson-Morel experiment that was replicated on APEC. And once I find that video, I'll actually do another lecture on the Aether, including that. And as you all know, or some of you might know, the Michelson-Morel experiment was the experiment that was done wrong, apparently. And it was to prove or disprove the existence of the Aether. You know, they were picking up a drift pattern, and if they picked up the drift pattern, it would prove the existence of the Aether. But it turned out they had the axis of the machine wrong. So they were using the wrong axis. And basically, what these group of scientists did was flip the axis of the machine, ran the same exact experiment, and they picked up the drift pattern. So that's pretty conclusive in my opinion. But let's move on to some more things to consider, which is the twisting versus vibration. Okay? Because we have twisting going on with magnets, but we have vibration going on with light. So vibration, such as the sound analogy, might be more about compression and decompression of the Aether medium, whereas twisting might refer to a more rotational or spiral form of the energy, like the way magnetic fields rotate spirally around the magnet, right? And this is just my personal theory and something that I've been kind of developing based on, what Tesla was talking about and others talked about as regarding light just being vibrations in this medium. So these differing interactions could, in theory, produce different results. Light in one case and no light in another, based on how the Aether structure is manipulated. So that was, I was thinking about this. Well, if the Aether is being interacted with, why are free energy machines not producing a whole bunch of light? Well, they're interacting with it in a different way, more about compression and decompression that produces the light wave, apparently. But, that's just a theory, and it's a developing theory. It could be wrong, it could be right, it could be in between somewhere. So that's all I had for the lecture on the Aether today. I hope you all enjoyed the lecture. Just a friendly reminder that you all fund this great channel that tries to disseminate this forbidden information for you, and you basically keep the lights on. So there are memberships that are unlocked. We have a bunch of fun emojis to play around with, along with a Patreon. And members of the YouTube and Patreon also get early access to some of my research, some of my videos, including Divine Science specials and all that. And it really does help. Every little bit helps. So just a reminder, we don't take sponsorships that could limit our voice or tell us what we can and can't say. So we are totally independent, and we are funded by you guys, and I wouldn't have it any other way, for sure. So with that, we're going to go into part 2. So this is our special guest spotlight, Daniel Nunez of, that's not right, of First Stop Energies. Sorry, One Stop Energies. One Stop Energies. In this old video I found that I managed to track down again, Daniel will share updates on breakthrough energy his breakthrough energy progress and future goals, including some mysteriously missing chapters of the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. Okay, you guys know that I go over the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices in our Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices live series, where I break down some of the free energy devices in that guide that I got because I watched a video and Daniel said that he used the book. And I couldn't find this video. I saw it, like it was one of the first videos that I seen. And this was very lucky of me that it was one of the first videos I saw, because this is actually what set me on this trajectory of getting this far with the coil. So it was very lucky that I saw this video very early on, but and picked up the practical guide. But I finally found the video again, guys, and I'll play it for you. But yes, Daniel did have the guide. So it's confirmed. I was like, yeah, I thought I watched a video where he said, but I couldn't be sure. I couldn't be 100%, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure that he said that. And that's where I got the idea to order the guide. This was 2-3 years ago, something like that. So that is where I got the idea to order one. And in his words, the early edition, the one that he had of the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices, actually featured the rodent coil with, get this, 15 chapters. Okay, 15 chapters he had in his practical guide. The latest version, the one I have, the most recent one that you can, is very rare. I have the 2017 edition. It's the latest edition you can get. There's like maybe one left on Amazon. Scrubbed clean of the rodent coil entirely. So what the hell happened? Well, we can only speculate at this point, but the coil does what it's supposed to do, so one can only assume that whoever developed the new Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices was either pressured or manipulated in some way to take it out.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel Nunez and I am the co-creator of OneStopEnergies.com, where together with my wife Erica Nunez we create vortex technologies that may be the next solution to our global energy crisis. So I know that's a bold statement, but you know, we've had instruction by quite a few people, and you know, we can make those statements now with confidence because we have working solutions that are showing energy increases and efficiency gains. So a little bit more background on myself. I started this free energy quest you know, maybe 4 years ago, going to school for green and sustainable resources. And basically what I derived from that was that there weren't very many solutions to our energy problems. We had solar, wind, geothermal, and others, but all of those depended on finite resources. So, you know, without the sun you don't have power, and there's always a factor to render someone powerless. So you know, we took from that the only working solutions were energy devices that people have made for themselves. So we began studying a practical guide to free energy. And through those 15 chapters, the one thing that resonated most with us was the rodent coil. And there's a brief chapter on there basically talking about Marco Rodin and what he discovered with vortex energy. And you know, it showed just the kid's toy model rodent coil that other people were working on before. So later on down the line, Randy Powell adapted Marco Rodin's work and basically said that something was slightly off, and there were different number patterns that Marco hadn't realized yet. And that's when the Abha geometry emerged. So now we take it a step further and create these coils based on those theoretical principles, those theoretical models that are presented there. So we determined how the frames were going to be constructed. How would you uphold geometry in that toroidal shape, and came up with these frames. So the concept of the frame is that we don't have to any longer glue wires to the surface of a torus, or we don't have to put pins on the surface of a torus to create a vortex coil. Now we have a steady frame that upholds the geometry to perfection. And then after that comes, how many wires do you put into the coil? So we found that by using a bundle of 12, we have a certain amount of resonance. If we increase the bundle to 24, the resonance doubles, and so on and so on. So basically what that means is that in that bundle of 12, 6 wires are going in this direction and 6 wires are going in that direction. Basically what that does is it creates a standing wave or an energy collision that then turns into high voltage resonance, which isn't supposed to happen with a one-to-one coil. Another thing that we found is that these coils are able to create low voltage ozone. That's something that doesn't happen. The only time you get ozone production is corona discharge of high voltage.
Exactly.
High voltage power lines and things like that. You know, finally we have been able to replicate the magnetic monopole that many people have been talking about previously online. Jamie Buter found that magnetic monopole property.
We found it as well.
The classical Rodin coils, and these coils actually do only create a south monopole. There is no alternate north pole.
So here's the interesting thing about that, though, that I'd like to chime in real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, Danielle, but my coil wasn't as perfect as yours, so inevitably there were some differences in variables that I wasn't expecting. Now, comparing our both our research, I can actually say now that I have a working theory, and that is my coil has some inefficiencies, and that can then cause a leakage of that south pole. So, North Pole. So you have, the South Pole blinking, but you don't have the North Pole blinking, he's saying, right? You have the monopole. And I have the monopole at a specific frequency, but at specific frequencies, you can see that the other pole starts to leak through, okay? So this is very important. That means that mine isn't perfect, or as perfect as his. His designs were a little bit more meticulous, right? He spent a little bit more time on the details, which is it tells me that I have to spend a little bit more time on the details and maybe straighten up some of the bent wires in the bundle and keep them more uniform. Also, something else to consider as well, and we will be testing this too, is he had a different inner to outer diameter ratio of this coil frame. So we are working with the Dragon 7 coil frame, which has a 1:2 inner to outer diameter, whereas his has about a 1:5. So his inner diameter is a lot tighter. So it's compressing that a lot more, and that can also contribute, I think, to the leakage of that pole.
Now, where does it go? Who knows? But maybe it's just a maximum compression into the center that we're not able to detect, or maybe it's in the core of the frame itself. You know, we've stuck a probe in there to check and never saw a magnetic north anywhere around the whole torus. So that's something new to these geometries that people really have to start looking into, and that may be the way to overcome the balance that there's always a give and a loss. You know, we can possibly extract more energy without having so much loss because the balance is no longer there. Now, all of these things have been a work in progress, and we've learned how to adapt these things to modern technologies now, perfected it in lighting. Right now we're powering this 100-watt light bulb with 80 watts of power. And that was odd. I just directed my attention to it and it flickered. But we're powering this light bulb with 80 watts of power. It's 100 watts of power that it normally takes. So right now we have a working solution that can be implemented as a viable device. We can scale this as big as possible. We can create a massive infrastructure around it. We can create homes that you can walk into, and your house would be the torus, and it would be that every one of your little devices that you own couples directly to the energy that's produced by your home. So these are no longer science fiction things. This is all real. We could take this into space by creating some type of an electrostatic lifter type system. The technologies are there, available for viewing online, and it's possible to find those videos to reassure yourself that it is possible. So, these are all things that, when expanded upon, can really affect our global situation with energy, and nobody has to be suffering in the darkness anymore. So, with your support, we can continue forward and continue developing these understandings and distributing them to the general public, so that people can replicate and implement these technologies for themselves. That's really the only way that we're going to see a change within a reasonable amount of time, is if other people get involved, get enthused, and spread the word. So,
Well said. Very well said. And that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to inspire you guys to do this yourself. Everything is open source that I do. So just go into it knowing that I advise that you have a strong set of safety precautions that you take. Understand that I assume that you know what you're doing, and you're not going to hurt yourself, because I'm not liable. If you hurt yourself or you damage your components, this energy can be very destructive. When you're working with back EMF, it can blow stuff up. You can pop caps, and I have popped a bunch of caps. So, and this coil, it produces a lot of ozone at very low voltages, and that's very important to consider as well, because that's very dangerous in enclosed spaces.
So thank you all for your support, and this was really just a video to express a little bit more about myself, what I would like to see, and what options we have present right now. So these are all things that can easily be adapted to any technology, and this is here and it's now. So thank you for your attention, and blessings always. Hello everyone, we're back again. I also forgot to mention something that was very important. One of the properties of these coils is that they produce fields 20 feet in diameter. So
we're not going to watch this part. It goes into a topic regarding, holistic healing, stuff like that. So we're not going to touch on that because YouTube doesn't like those types of topics. So, do you have any burning questions about Vortex technology? Now's your chance to ask me anything about the coil and my setups. We're going to take a short, maybe 30-minute break, and I'm going to allow you guys to ask your questions while I get the mini lab set up, and then I'm going to come back after the break, answer your questions if you have any, and then we're going to let you guys choose where I should start out with our mini lab testing. Okay, so we have the mini lab testing plans here, down here, in the pre-show guide that I provided to you in the chat. I'll post it again. It's also there's also a link in the description as well. So you guys take a look at that. Ask any questions you want. Take a look at the mini lab testing plan guide, and if you have any suggestions where we should start out, please let me know. I'm letting you guys take the reins here tonight. We have a lot of juicy tests to choose from, specifically because I have been behind in my testing. Actually, yeah, let's go over I'm going to go over the tests real quick before we go on break, just so you have an idea of what we're going to be doing. So the sphere test, the test with the neodymium sphere and a 12-volt battery. We want to test the energy potential of a neodymium sphere setup that simulates the magnetic rotary with a 12-volt battery as the source. We also want to retest the lightning thief setup with the magnetic rotary. So we want to see if the lightning thief picks up any high voltage off of the magnetic induction from the primary coil, okay, that's being driven by that rotary. And if that works, we'll try that as well with the battery. So we also have a micro coil wireless pickup test that we can try. I didn't try the wireless induction with the micro coil. We're going to test the single pattern micro vortex coil designed by Michel Morel for wireless energy pickup from a primary coil powered by a lightning thief. Okay, so we're just going to test and see if that single pattern picks up any energy wirelessly. Maybe just a single LED, see if it picks it up. 100 ohm resistor and the new MOSFET. So I got some new MOSFETs in, and I couldn't get them to work with the lightning thief, but I had some suggestions with how to proceed with that, and we can test the lightning thief with the new MOSFET, but this time we can try the 100 ohm resistor. The first attempt was a bust using 1K ohm resistor that was already attached to the lightning thief circuit. If you know how, if you've seen my videos and as you know, I open source everything, you know that the lightning thief has a 1K ohm resistor inside of it. Okay, so that was wrong for the size of that coil. Apparently, we are going to reduce that to 100 ohms and see if we can tune that coil into resonance. Or I'm sorry, that's the next one. We're going to see if we can tune the coil into resonance, the regular coil, with the MOSFET. The next one, we're going to see if we can tune the micro vortex coil into resonance with the single pattern. And that one, we're going to also change the potentiometer. So we have to adjust the lightning thief circuit for the test 3 and 4, basically, because the MOSFET is a different rating than the transistor we're using. It's probably going to require a different set of resistance, I guess, is the idea. And the micro vortex coil is very, very small, so we also need to adjust that resistance. And also, test 4, we have to try again using the full bridge rectifier, but this time with an FR207 diode. So this is a little bit heftier of a diode. Michael from Faraday Research and Michel both recommended this diode. I used a UF4007, and Mike from Faraday Research said that I probably fried them because I wasn't getting any current reading, but I was getting voltage. So we're going to try the full bridge rectifier with those diodes and see if we can pick up the DC output current and measure that, because that's important to measure. So those are our tests, and if time permits, actually I have one more. I'm not going to mess with the fireball coil. I think I want to. I forgot I have another micro coil, and I have the ability to wind it with 2 wind patterns, the interference pattern this time. So instead of the single pattern, we'll have a little micro with the full 2 patterns, the single pattern and then the interference pattern, the second pattern. So I think I want to, if I have time, I'll try to wind that finally, because that doesn't take that much time. Fireball coil might be a lost cause. I think that's better time spent. So with that, those are our testing, our tests for the evening. That's what's on our menu. You guys pick and choose what you want to see first while I take my 30-minute break. And if you have any burning questions about Vortex technology, please ask while we have our intermission. And when I come back, we will jump into the mini lab testing.
majestic moments in cosmic flight. Holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes and ancient ways. Unify our reflection. With everything there's a connection. Feel the positive sensation. Everyone feels the goodness of invitation. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes and ancient ways. Unify our reflection. With everything there's a connection. Feel the positive sensation.
cut down all the lies. Energy sticks, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of the lab, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Chose your fruit, redneck, the taste beer, and I find the stream. You're just chasing a spin. But Michael smiled by with fire in his eyes. Watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. You're spinning fast in a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of ether, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. I'm the best there's ever been. castaway. Alienated from the aids of that adventure in disguise. Ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin stretches crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited paper, unheard, injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brains is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brains is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the
In a lab, my dust cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delights. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mike, he's the one teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh, brilliant team. My K-pop parody. We're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, blinding the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Alright, welcome back everybody. Let's take a look at the chat and see which way we're deciding to go with the testing here, or if anybody has any questions. Ooh, Mike does and Mr. Lanius. Lots of chats here. Thank you guys. Just scroll up, Fried and find out. Yes, that's right. I'm just here for the music. Nice. Let's see. Unga bunga. I'm going to give my phone a few more minutes to charge up since I'm using it as the camera. Then I'm going to set it up in just a moment. Mr. Lania said Ashton just went live. Common voltage. Current ions. No questions. Let's see. Chinese lady was talking about negative resistance. The Crone had a negative resistor that I'm interested in finding out how it worked. I might do some research on that at some point. That's definitely on my list of things to do. All right. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any questions or opinions on where we should start with our research. So let me put up the window again. All right, so we're just going to scroll down here. If anybody has any suggestions where we're going to start, I'm just going to pick, and we're going to start with something easy. Let's do the microcoil wireless pickup test. We'll see if the microcoil with the single wind acts as a pickup coil for the ABHA coil powered by the Lightning Thief. So let's get that set up, and then maybe we'll move on to try out the MOSFET, because I've been really meaning to do that. Try out the MOSFET with the Lightning Thief and see how it works with the 100 ohm resistor, if it does at all. So I'm not getting any kind of pickup from the coil. Interesting enough, I'm not getting any kind of pickup from the Christmas coil either, which usually picks it up with the dual thief setup. So I'm going to quickly hook up the second lightning thief, and I'm going to confirm that it is actually able to induce the wireless energy through the second lightning thief. I have a feeling to fully test if this thing is able to act as a pickup coil, the microcoil, we might have to bust out the green machine in a few minutes. So it appears to be working, but the protection neon is not turning on, which is concerning. So what I'm going to do now is open up the lightning thief and just ensure that the protection neon is safely seated inside the mini breadboard I have here. I don't think, yeah, this isn't the PCB version. So I'm going to do that real quick. So these things do have a tendency to fry, the neons, so it does look like it's a little bit burnt. I'm going to replace the bulb and put it back on there because it was working, it just wasn't lighting up the neon protection bulb. That bulb is actually key though, because it shows us when the load is disconnected from the secondary lightning thief and the dual thief setup that it actually is inducing high voltage into the secondary coil wirelessly. Aha! Notice how my 3D printer effed up the big one. You screwed the pooch on this one, printer. Notice, just real quick, just to confirm, because I don't want there to be any doubt about the wireless induction that's happening here that's high voltage. You see this neon, it's on. I disconnected these two wires, which is the positive and negative for the load. The only thing that this secondary lightning thief is hooked up to is the Christmas coil. And the Christmas coil isn't hooked up to anything else. Just a lightning thief, that's it. All it's doing is picking up the energy because it's sitting below the primary here. What did I do with my pointer? Oh, there it is. So this is our primary. That's the only thing that's being powered by this battery below here, the 12 volt, 20 amp hour battery. That's our primary lightning thief. As you can see, we can adjust that, and this one's dependent on the tuning of that, because this one won't work at all unless this one's in tune, and the light won't turn on at all if the primary isn't in tune. But the light will kind of turn on if this one's out of tune slightly. So it's weird. So we are picking up at least 120 volts with this 120 volt neon lamp through the secondary coil on the bottom here, the Christmas coil, wirelessly, just with it sitting on top like this. And I think that's pretty phenomenal. Again, we are taking reservations for the Lightning Thief. So if you would like to reserve your copy, which will be available for consumers, probably I'm aiming for the second or third quarter of 2025. You can do so. I will post a link in the chat momentarily for you guys to do that. This is not the consumer version. This is just a prototype. These are the prototypes that I'll be sending out to the team for further testing before we finalize the consumer version. And regardless of our results with over Unity, which aren't conclusive at the moment, but regardless of those results, this circuit is amazing at tuning your coil. Any bifilar coil should work given a specific size, and that you adjust the resistance to the size if it's small or bigger than the standard sizes that I have here. Not only will it allow you to tune your coil very easily and determine what its resonance frequency is and get it to hum and sing and output good lighting efficiency, bypassing the need for inverter. Not only that, well, it'll squeeze every last drop out of your source. So this 12 volt battery, I got it down to 5 volts. That's incredible. You know, it doesn't last much longer past, I think, like 10 volts. 10 or 9 volts, it drops like very fast, but it will continue to run up to like about 5 volts left on the source and power your light with the same brightness. So that's pretty cool. At least the big panel was at the same brightness. I have still yet to test that on the 9 watt bulb that is being powered here but I'm sure the results should be similar. So this is the Lightning Thief prototype. I'm trying to print out more to send out to the team. Right now we are at a stalemate because I do not have funding to actually get the terminal blocks that are required for the rest of the components, along with some more transistors for the team's prototypes. So if you're interested in helping me with these and sending them out to the team, I do have a whole host of ways that you can help fund my research in the link in the description, along with a new Throne link. It's called Throne, and there's a whole bunch of components that are essential to my further testing with these coils that I put on there. If anybody is in the generous mood and wants to help fund some of this research and provide me some of those, the most essential component right now is a pack of 330 picofarad capacitors, mica capacitors. So those will be needed to test the open circuit method of the Lightning Thief, which the PCB does support. And we will be putting a little toggle switch on the bottom where the power outputs are. I'm thinking maybe USB power outputs because they're so adaptable. But either way, we'll be putting a toggle switch so you can toggle between the closed circuit method, which you see here, and the open circuit method, which is kind of dangerous if you don't have a load attached. It will produce enormous amounts of ozone. We do need to test that out though with the Mark I with the picofarad, 330 picofarad, and I think a pack is like $40 or something. So that is our most essential component. But I do have a whole bunch of components there that are going to be needed to get these things out there, including a pack of resistors and some more transistors. So that's where we are right now. I do have the ability to print out all the housing, fortunately, so I should be able to do that with the 3D printer and the amount of plastic that I have available. The potentiometers also are going to be a little bit more expensive because they are carbon. And they are 1 mega ohm potentiometers, but they are necessary. So that's actually going to be the most expensive component, I believe, on the board entirely, is the potentiometer, really. So let me go back to the desktop, the workstation, and we're going to go over what just happened and see what our next test is going to be. Alright, so what just happened? Well, we didn't get any kind of wireless induction with the LED attached to either the micro vortex coil or the Christmas coil, which is very weird because we just saw it wirelessly induce the energy into the Dual Thief setup. So what's going on here? Okay? Well, I think that there is a little bit of residual energy coming from the coil, not enough to power anything, but I think it's enough to trigger that transistor, and I think it's enough to trigger the oscillation in the Dual Thief, and I think it's enough to excite that neon. Maybe. That's the ongoing theory, unless there's some kind of connection issue with the LED or the LED is actually burnt out. I tried 2 different ones, a green one and a white one, but there's always a possibility that both of them don't work. I could do this all day and test different components and make sure, but we're going to move on for now. I think we kind of established that there might not really be any wireless energy coming off that's useful except with the Dual Thief setup. Unless you have a second Lightning Thief hooked up to your pickup coil, it might not really do anything useful. But this is good. This means that we have a practical application for using 2 coils, 2 lightning thieves, and it shows us that by adding a second coil, you can induce high voltage into that coil with the secondary lightning thief, which is very, very cool. Again, if you've seen my previous experiments with the coil, you know that I haven't really been able to get any kind of useful power out of wireless induction from coil to coil. It just hasn't really been useful, and we've been trying to figure out how are we going to make this useful, because that's our primary way of getting the free energy out of the magnetic rotary setup we have for our green machine, which I'll show you momentarily. However, this kind of demonstrates that there is a potential pathway to kind of utilizing that free energy with the green machine if we can do it correctly, with maybe combining the green machine with a lightning thief, which is pretty cool, I think. You know, we can combine the 2 different components that we're going to have commercially available, and if they work, they'll be a nice addition to your coil kits, you know? I think that's going to be really neat. But that being said, what we're going to move on to do now is, let's see. Well, I'm going to bust out the green machine to show you while I set up the next test, but I think I want to test the MOSFET. So while I hook up the MOSFET and resistor to the lightning thief, before I do that, I'm going to show you the green machine and what it looks like. So the green machine is a pulse motor that is able to pulse a magnetic rotary with your ABHA coil. And essentially when you do that, it can reduce the input requirement. So the wattage for the input for the system goes down the faster you spin that rotary. And we have a neodymium sphere that we've been testing, and we got it down 30 watts, which is incredible. So that green machine was being powered by the coil. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. I haven't gotten the software to work correctly yet, but that's just you know, another small problem. Not really worried about the software issue right at the moment. So right now I'm going to put on some lab music. You guys can chill out, watch the 3D print as I get together the MOSFET, and I might actually try to switch the camera if I can to put it on the workstation so you can see me build it. But either way, I'm going to try to build that real quick for you. Oh yeah! Remember, it's not a true lightning thief, ladies and gentlemen, unless it has the benefactor's seal of disapproval. Aha. So it's just a couple of wires. Don't want to take anything out at this point. All I have to do is add a resistor and change the wires around slightly. There we go. Nice and easy. And be very gentle Be very gentle when putting together your Lightning Thief if you want to take it apart and modify it, because the goal of this thing is to be highly modifiable, highly upgradable. You don't want to have to, replace the whole thing if something fries out. The idea is to have it easily swappable components inside. And so when you're taking this apart, if you choose to do so, just be very careful when putting it back together. You don't want to shake anything up. But once the top is closed to the bottom, it should be safely secure. Now, this might not be the final housing that we ship for the consumer version, but for the prototype version, especially if any team members are watching, it should be fine as long as you maintain that you have that piece in here that keeps up the potentiometer. It is, slightly stuck in there. I didn't want to exactly glue it, but it's stuck in there and it's propped up a little bit by a piece of foam. So you just make sure that's aligned and that none of the wires are pushing against the neon and it doesn't come unlodged, and everything else should be fine. And also be very, very careful. You don't want to hyper screw this in. This is very delicate plastic that I'm using for the prototypes. You will break it if you go too fast with the screwdriver. All right, and she's ready to go. Let's go and test it out. Hey, Dead End coming in with a super chat. I really appreciate that. Holy crap. That is amazing. Let us celebrate this super chat. What did you have to say about that? Let's see. That was really cool, dude. Awesome. Yes. Yes. Thank you for the super chat. That was really awesome. Yes. Does your channel have a cul-de-sac? The Dead End channel. That's cute. That's funny. Okay, guys. Well, we got the Lightning Thief modified with the new 100 ohm resistor, 2 watt, by the way, and that's what I recommend. You don't need it from what I experienced with my Mark 1, but I would very much recommend you use the 2 watt just because depending on the size of your coil, you might easily burn it out, right? If the coil is very, very efficient compared to mine, then you're going to burn something out very fast. So, yeah, I do recommend 2 watt resistors for the Lightning Thief if you aim to modify it. I just realized I forgot to put the MOSFET in there. Silly me. Let me put the MOSFET in there, and then we'll try it again. Alright, the MOSFET's in. Alright, so the MOSFET was a bust with the 100 ohm resistor. Maybe we just need to disconnect the 1 mega ohm potentiometer and adjust the potentiometer. We're not going to do that tonight. We have time for maybe one more quick test before we have to get ready for the League of Extraordinary Inventors main show, which it kicks off at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as per usual on our Fridays podcast. So Yeah, let's do one more quick one, and then we'll take a quick intermission and get ready for the League of Extraordinary Inventors main show, guys. I do have so many more tests that I need to do. We're going to continue to put these on the list for my live streams in the future, and build on those as well. And if you have any ideas or suggestions, please feel free. We are a team here. The chat is part of that team. So you guys are a part of our team, and some of your suggestions have been vital for our research. And we really appreciate all the love and support, the super chats included, the membership subscriptions, the Patreon, and the donations, all that. It really makes a difference, and helps keep the lights on, literally. So with that said, I don't know, let's maybe try building the full bridge rectifier, because that's very easy. And then we'll measure, see if we can measure the output current. We'll do that real quick, and then we'll go to an intermission and get ready for the main show. As you can see, we're going to be using the FR207 diodes for our full bridge rectifier. It is very simple, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very easy, it's one of the easiest things that I've had the great pleasure of learning how to build on regarding circuits and electronics. And it's very useful. So what it does is it takes an AC sine wave and converts it into a DC signal. So that's what we're going to do here, and see if we can measure the DC output with this. This was per Mike from Faraday Research's recommendation. He thought that maybe we were burning out our previous diodes, which were the UF4007. But we were getting voltage. We were getting high voltage, exciting the neon, just no current. Couldn't read the current. So we're going to try these bad boys and see what happens. Stay tuned. Here you'll see my previous full bridge rectifier. As you can see, it's very simple, just 4 components. Don't pay any attention to these capacitors. They're just there just in case I need them. Yeah, just 4 diodes. That's it. And then you connect these in a specific way that it forces the energy one way. So, very cool. Well, they gave me plenty to work with here. Ooh, looks like the Lightning Thief top part of the case component is done printing. All right, it looks like it's complete. Let's go test it out.
Majestic moments in cosmic flight, holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. Unify our reflection, with everything there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone feels the goodness of invitation. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. Unify our reflection, with every beat there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation.
Give me one moment and I'll hop back over to the workstation and we'll go over everything before. Yep, we got 10 minutes to the league. So, the MOSFET was a bust, and we couldn't pick up any current. But we did pick up slight voltage from it, so I know it was kind of working. It just wasn't exciting the neon. And that's interesting because the UF4007 excited the neon. So what I think is maybe I just have something plugged in not all the way, or maybe, I don't know, maybe something's plugged in wrong. What I'll have to do is not totally eliminate this test because there's a couple of variables that could have gone wrong here. And I'll have to redo this test because Michel did get a reading from his lightning thief from this diode setup. So I'm thinking maybe something was just not hooked up right. And it was unfortunate that the MOSFET didn't work, but if anybody has any suggestions on how to modify the lightning thief circuit so that we could maybe get that MOSFET to work. It is a IRF 540 MOSFET. So that's where we are right now. You have access to the modified excitation circuit tutorial, which is what this lightning thief is. It's on my channel if you guys want to take a look at it. We watched it earlier on the intermission. It's all open source there, so if you have any ideas on how we can modify this to get it to work with the MOSFET, any ideas would be greatly appreciated at this point. But right now, we need to get ready for the League of Extraordinary Inventors. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. Really appreciate the super chats and the regular chats and the enormous support from all of our awesome viewers. So with that, let's go to a quick intermission and sit tight for the League of Extraordinary Inventors.
Working night and day, mystic gadgets in magnetic ballet, circles of power aligning destiny's way. Running those rings, they defy gravity. Critics working all day don't bother heat. In this domain, guilt sets the world free. Lord of the rings, sitting strong, proving the good take me wrong. Electromagnetic symphony, heralding craft destiny. Chief from his fingertips, script, this captain can't flip. Poker king in his rebel stead, building up for the world again. Flying out the dark, igniting every zen. Lord of the Rings, really strong. Ripping the curtain, take me wrong. Electromagnetic symphony, terror only grasps destiny.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to League of Extraordinary Inventors. I'm your host, Mike from Faraday Research, and welcome to Free Energy Fridays. It's Friday night. It is January 3rd, 2025. Welcome to the show. Our regular panel, Nathan, Lulu, Philip, and Mr. Ben. Welcome, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight?
Hey.
Good, thanks. The first working day of 2025. We're still alive.
I don't go back till Monday, so the shop I work at, we closed down for 2 weeks for the holidays. So, yeah, it's back to reality on Monday. So,
Oh,
Well,
okay,
have,
lucky.
have as much fun as you can.
yeah, well, I think I'm more busy at home than I am at work. There's so much to do at home all the time, and things have to be done, and garbage has to be taken out, and shopping, and this and that, whatever life stuff.
You know what I say? Even if it's a chore, start dancing while you're doing it. Listen to music, and then you'll be all right.
I went online last night, and I took your advice, Nathan, and made some shorts there last night.
Oh, nice.
Posted those, so I don't know if you've seen any of them.
I'll have to check those out. I haven't.
Yeah, some of them are hilarious. I got some really good clips there.
Nice.
Oh, I'll have to check those out now.
I saw both of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
you saw, I got 4. I think I put up 4 or 5 of them.
I saw 2.
Yeah, 2 of them. Yeah.
Hey, Joe, how you doing? Hey, John.
Yeah,
You
live
got-
chat's alive and well.
So you used StreamYard to do it?
Yeah, I did actually. I finally figured it out. It took
Nice.
me a while, but I got it. So yeah, I finally figured it out. So
That's
yeah,
cool.
live chat's open. Everybody, any questions, comments for the panel? Feel free. I'll start posting them on the show. So yeah.
Yeah, so your chat is already pretty active.
Yeah, the last little while, my chat's been very active, which is good. That's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
So this week I've just been printing my cell cases and stuff like that. So actually, I got it running right now behind me. I'm gonna make 20 cells. So yeah, I'm getting very close to the big build here. So I'm just trying to get all my components together and everything I need to do the build, and then it's gonna be
How many cells do you need?
I'm gonna make 20 cells in this build. It should give me about 32 volts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna make a video of it when it's done, or is this something that's gonna be like private
because
for?
I could show probably the cell itself, but I can't really talk about what's inside of it because of the NDA. I don't know. I'll have to talk to my partner about that if I could even show it.
Well, you did say you were gonna break down the Renegade at least, though.
Yeah, like the Renegade. See, eventually I want this cell running my Renegade device.
Right. So okay,
Right.
yeah. So it's like a it works in conjunction with it, like kind of like what I'm doing with the
Exactly.
Green Machine and the Lightning Thief.
Yeah, so this thing will keep the battery. Well, I know, the 4 motorcycle batteries that I use to power the Renegade gives me about 50 volts, right? So, but I'm extracting like less than a half a watt out of those 4 motorcycle batteries. The batteries basically don't even know there's a load on it.
Yeah, it's such a low amount that's being drawn. Basically,
Exactly.
probably just to trigger your coils, huh?
Yeah, well, it's triggering the 0 point energy, the vacuum, right? So
It doesn't take a lot to trigger those coils and get that kickback, that back EMF. So
yeah, I sent Nathan. I think I sent you an email. It was a live interview with John Bendini and this other guy. His grandfather designed a wireless radio system, kind of like Stubblefields.
Uh-huh.
But he got into Gabriel Crone and how his negative resistor worked. Really interesting information.
I just mentioned to my audience earlier in the pregame show that's one component that I really want to find out how it worked, was the negative resistor. That's something that I really want to do a deep dive
resistor
on.
works. It's
Oh,
look at my Renegade device. My Renegade device is the negative resistor.
Oh, so when you break down that device, we'll have to really pay attention and make the connections there.
Well,
Nice.
it's keeping it open, right? That's why you use the spark gap switch. You want to keep an open system, meaning the dipole doesn't get killed. As soon as you close the system, a closed circuit.
And
the
see,
system
you always hear Bedini, talk about that, right? Or I'm sorry, Tom Bearden talk about that, but he never really explains how, and I guess that's like the next step is like, how do you not destroy the dipole? And
Right. So it's already been done. It's already been done since the late, 1890s, and that's the spark gap. The spark gap breaks the symmetry. It also breaks the equilibrium of the system. So when you got something triggering at a high rate of speed like that, it's not a closed circuit. It's actually open because it's firing off so fast.
Right, and when you create that asymmetry, nature gives you a little bit more back to work with.
Right, and that's why it's basically fundamentally the same way that Gabriel Crohn's negative resistor works.
Yeah, it's just like tilting a wheel and having gravity take it back.
Well, when the system's open, it cuts off the current flow, but it does it for a nanosecond. But because you're triggering it at a very high rate of speed, it thinks it's closed, but it's not. It's continuously open.
Does it have to do anything with the charge, a polarity, like it flips the charge polarity?
Well, it does that too. That's what happens after it collapses. Yeah, the poles flip. But
Okay.
the most important part is keeping that dipole open. So having a physical release from the system where the spark happens, where you have that spark discharge, that is open, but it's still closed. But it's still open. You see what I'm saying? So at a high rate of speed, the system thinks it's closed, but it's not. It's staying open because that high rate of triggering. As a result, that's why my Renegade, perfect example, only draws 0.47 watts. It's very little resistance because the second that switch opens, your current goes to zero. The resistance goes to zero. So that's why my batteries last for months before I have to actually charge them.
That's pretty impressive, Mike. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty impressive.
Well, like I said before, it's not it's been done since the 1890s. It's just
I mean, from my perspective, though, we've been trying to do something similar to what you've done, and I'm just, I'm very impressed by your work. That's all. You're very impressive.
I'm laughing at Nathan's.
Open hole.
Open hole. It's the year of the hole, man. I'm telling you. Year of the hole. Keep that dipole open.
Yeah, I have that pole.
That die hole.
The die hole.
You guys keep saying that you're going to manifest like a black hole somewhere close.
A black hole.
Seriously. I mean, we already have aliens, so confirmed. So what's next?
The aliens are watching us, and this is their TV channel. They're like, stop saying "hole" so much. Move on to the next topic.
It's our insider secret.
Yeah, there's a secret key.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I want to show a couple of videos here. Out of all the years that I've worked on these motors, there's only one or two guys that I found came close to what I was doing. The video I'm going to show you was done over 12 years ago. I doubted this guy's still alive because he sounds like he was in his 70s or 80s when he did it. So chances are this guy's not around. His handle on YouTube is called Jasmine52. So I'm just going to share my screen here.
All right.
Just going to show his videos. And he's only got like 5 videos.
Wrong hole bandit.
Okay. You guys see my screen? Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, you can see it.
Okay. Okay, this one. Okay, this is the kicker. Okay, this guy. These videos are 12, 11 years ago. They only got 644 views. And this guy has got it better than 98% of the people that made a Adams motor. I'll show the video.
Hi there, I'm back again with the Adams motor, testing these bipolar coils that are on these drive coils. This is the battery. I don't know if you can see the meter here, but at the moment it's 7 milliamps, and that's what the inverter is actually taken when it's got no load on it. As shown before with the circuit board, I have an LED here that just lets me know when the timing's right. You can see it come in, and looking at the meter, you see it come in. Okay, the LED is actually drawing about 17 amps, milliamps, sorry. Okay, now we're going to get this thing going just to show you the current draw on it. Last time I did it a bit wrong, actually got the measurements wrong, but we'll just start her up. Wait till it gets up to speed. About up to speed now. Now, look at the meter. And this is just in line with the battery. We're showing 67 milliamps, 66 milliamps. Okay, now I'm going to plug in this lead. This lead is coming from the secondary bipolar coil, or Pete's drive coil. So we'll plug it in. And you'll see now that the driving current now is only 62 milliamps. I'll just unplug the lead here. It shoots back up to 69. I'll again plug in the secondary side of the bipolar coil. Now it's dropped down to 62 milliamps. So they do make a difference. So I'll just take it out again. 60 back up to 68. So they do make a difference. I'm taking a reading from the coil, from the switch, which is slightly different reading. So whether because it's pulsing, it's made a difference, but it's a slightly different reading. Taking the secondary side of the bipolar coil and feeding back into the circuit does make quite a bit of difference. It drops the current drain from 72 down to 66, so it's quite a bit of saving. Okay, we'll get back to you with another one later. Cheers.
All right, so that was one of his videos. He was getting way over Unity in one of the other videos he had. I think he was putting out over 7 watts of power, and he was only putting in like a half a watt, just over a half a watt. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So stuff like this, like many people have done it over time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you see all these videos every once in a while that are years old and, very few views. And then it's something extraordinary and nobody just noticed.
But where do you think the energy is coming from? Like from the temperature or nuclear?
Well, if you look, he had the commutator switch at the top. That's the original design of Robert Adams. That second disc that was on top.
Yeah, I was wondering what that
trigger was. That's the trigger.
Oh, for the coil.
Yeah.
Oh. So what is a commutator? That's just a trigger?
It's a mechanical trigger, yeah. It was getting a spark off it, right?
Yeah.
So that spark was creating that negative impulse.
That's cool.
And that's why his motor worked where so many others fail, because they use MOSFETs as the trigger, the Hall effect. They'll use a Hall effect, hook it up to a MOSFET. And right there, you've lost. Right there.
So what's the issue with that, though, specifically, the MOSFET and the Hall effect?
You need the physical break. There has to be a physical
Oh,
separation.
You know, that makes sense.
That's where the circuit opens.
Yeah, but that makes complete sense. And when I'm looking back at the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices chapter on the Jewel Thief, they recommend a physical switch for that break.
Exactly. See?
Mm-hmm. And you know, when I turn on and off components, like I hook up the Christmas tree as a load to the Lightning Thief, I turn it on, and you see a spike in current when you turn it on.
Right.
A huge spike in current. Huge spike.
Because when you plug it in, you get that sudden spike. That's inductance. So it's a matter of how much wire is in that circuit. That's induction, right? So when you put a current into it for the first time, it surges into it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I have a question.
That makes sense. Huh.
The surge, isn't that data, like the surge that goes from one side to the other side, right?
Yeah, it's the inductance of the coil.
Okay. Is that information?
Sorry?
That data, is that would like, let's say the overall idea, we're trying to transmit information from one system to another, but using electricity to push it through.
Yeah,
right.
Like this is not fringe science. This is regular engineering, right?
Okay. With the pushed energy, could that be ever recorded on anything? You know, like the whatever parameters of the all whatever parameters of measurements there are, for that. Is that a possibility?
Well, what it's going to do is draw current from your source. So, like a perfect example is a motor, an AC induction motor. If you're using a high-power AC induction motor, they will have a series of capacitors with the motor. And what that does is smoothen out the power. When the motor is fired up for the first time, it demands current. So instead of throwing the current from the source directly into the motor, which actually can damage the motor, it will draw it into the capacitor bank first. The capacitor bank will smoothen it out and give an easier transition to the motor.
It allows it to siphon it out.
It's an inductive load, right? You're pulling. When you flip that knife switch, you get a surge of power from the source to, if it's a big coil and it's got a lot of inductance, it's going to pull a shit ton of amps from the source, which could actually damage your coil. That's why they put those stiffening capacitors with a motor, especially induction motors. They put these caps there to protect that motor from drawing too much current into the motor and burn out the windings or the brushes or whatever the motor is. It could do a lot of damage with DC motors. So especially that, you would want to put a capacitor with that motor to protect it from a surge, right?
Just keep on adding on things until you smooth out, like, you deplete that, initial energy until it matches the, flow back to the.
Right. So here's another good example. Thomas Edison, when he deployed his very first DC electric power station in downtown New York, what happened was when he threw the knife switch to connect the power to the generator system, all those induction motors, they all blew up. Because the induction that was in those motors, it drew so much current from the main lines, it blew the main power transformer, just obliterated it, destroyed it. So they had to develop a way of turning that power on very slowly. And then eventually they developed capacitor banks, very large capacitor banks. So when they do flip the switch, it's not going to blow the snot out of the generator, right? It has to be a slower transition of power. But Edison learned that lesson the hard way at the Pearl Street power station in downtown New York. By the way, I actually went there, so I've seen that old building.
Nice.
Yeah, very first power station in the U.S. Well, I guess in the world. So, yeah, capacitors can be your friend, especially when you're dealing with highly inductive loads. I sent you also. Nathan, I sent you that the link for Slider. Check out his stuff. He has some pretty cool stuff.
Nice. Yeah, I subbed to his channel already, so I can check it out.
Yeah, check it out when you got time. Let's see if we got another good video here. Just got a couple of them. Okay, let's do this one here. Okay, just start it at the beginning. This one's actually better because it's a better close-up. So I'll just share my screen again. All right.
Wound with bipolar coils, other driving coils. Here it's just a normal car 12-volt battery. We have a inverter here. We're just bringing it up to about 62 volts.
60 volts.
We're using photo optical switch in there as well. And we also have down here on the circuit board a LED just to let us know when the timing's right. As you'll see by just turning the thing here, this light will come on, LED. So we get the timing right. I found out the best timing for this is just past register. So we're getting less current draw that way. So we'll just turn her on. We'll just plug in the lead here. We'll give it a bit of a start. Doesn't take much to actually get it started. And this drawing actually it's on the 10 amp scale, and at the moment it's measuring 0.9 amps. Actually reached top speed at the moment. What we've done is, I've used a secondary coil of bipolar wind to capture the back EMF to feed it back into the circuit. It has actually knocked the current draw down a bit. As you can see on the meter here, it's 0.09. At the moment, I'll plug in the lead here. You'll see the voltage, the current drop down a bit. Gone down a 0.08, so it has improved it a bit. So, and the speed same. The coils, we've had it going for several hours, and the coils just remain cold. It's cool to the touch. The components are sort of room temperature. We'll just undo the source for a moment, disconnect it for a moment. And we'll just plug it in and start it up again. And you'll see the current go up, go down, as it draws less and less. It's reached about its maximum speed now. And it's sitting on 0.9. I'll just take the lead from the secondary coils. And if you take note of the meter, you'll see it drop. Connecting it now, and it's dropped from 0.09 to 0.08 milliamps. Amps, sorry. So we're drawing about 80 milliamps. Later, when we wind some generator coils, we'll do another video showing the differences in current gain and that. The coils are real chill, real cold. And we're still sitting on 0.9. I'll just plug in that lead from the secondary slot. Can drop down at 0.8. Take it out. 0.9. 0.09, sorry. Back in at 0.8. So we'll just disconnect the source.
Yeah, so cool video.
Yeah.
See, like most pulse motors, like even Bendini said, if your pulse motor is pulling more than 100 milliamps, it's not working properly. It has to be 100 milliamps and below for it to be effective. And he actually said that in the vacuum series. So, yeah, you got to go for, if you can get down to, say, 40 or 30 milliamps a draw, yeah, you're on the right track. You're well on the way. So that's the key to negative resistive load. Yeah, jump.
Oh, okay. So,
That's interesting because I'm getting about 34 milliamps draw.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
off the battery.
Do you have a big load on that?
So, just the 9-watt, LED bulb.
Nice.
That's good. Yeah, Joule Thieves are great. They're great circuits. And
yeah.
They do pull negative energy. They are a free energy device. They do
it's
pull
probably
in negative energy from the vacuum. They really do.
Probably one of the most simplest circuits I found,
Yeah.
Okay, so you're pulling energy from the vacuum in that case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at that point, it's just how you utilize it. You're pulling it, but we need to effectively utilize it and get it to the load.
Yeah. There was another guy, I'm trying to think of his name offhand. He's been around for a long time, too. He made a super Joule ring circuit, and his are, like, really, really high powered. Like, we're talking 120-watt loads, stuff like that. Yeah, they're really good. Hold on, let's see if I
Yeah, because I calculated there's a lot of energy in the vacuum to the point of C squared divided by Newton's G, which is 1 times 10 to the 27 kilogram per meter. So this is the linear mass density, which is quite big, and you also have electric linear linear charge density, which is yeah, we're in an ambient charge density as well. So there's the two types of energy we can harness in the vacuum.
I should have sent empty boxes out with Phil's equation inside as a gift. Here, you get a box full of energy.
One is thermal energy.
Yeah, yeah, the energon cubes.
Thermal energy is one that's used in space, right?
Yeah, when you're pulling negative energy, your coils will always cool down. If you're not pulling, if your coils are heating up, you don't have it. You're pulling hot energy. You're pulling current.
Yep.
That's the see, with negative energy, there is no meter out there that can read it properly. Our meters that we use today to do voltage testing and all that stuff, they don't work with negative energy.
No.
Negative energy does not work with our amp meters and our current meters. You might be able to get a voltage out of it and see what the waveform is, but that's about all you're going to get. You're not going to get true readings because it's negative energy. Our devices that we use for diagnostics weren't designed to do that with negative energy.
So what would be your recommendation on how to get just a semi reading on the current?
Well, basically right now, and even John Bedini said, is by pure just observation of seeing how bright the light will go. You could actually get
How long it'll last.
A luminance meter that tests the brightness. So you can compare something out of the wall, check the luminance, and then hook it up to your device. And if you're getting a higher luminance than what's coming out of the wall, that means your device is putting out more energy than the wall is.
Or even if it's getting lower luminance, but it lasts longer. You know, that's another factor too.
Yeah.
Because I think with the coil that I'm working with, it might throttle down to a lower, power setting just to maximize its efficiency. So you might not get 100% brightness.
Right. Yeah, you're going to get the long-term, yeah. Yeah, I see what
it's
you're
just going to find... Yeah, it's just going to find that natural equilibrium where it's going to last the longest.
Oh, here's another guy I want to show. He's been around for a long time, and he makes really cool pulse motors. Here, I'm going to share my screen again. This guy's been around. This guy's
his
been
name
around.
is Gerald.
Let me just share my screen one more time here. Share screen. All right, Mr. Lid Motor. So he makes micro-sized pulse motors. And some of his motors have been running for like almost 10 years. And he, with most of his devices, he only uses a super cap to run them. Oh, this one's cool, the penny oscillator. I want to show this one.
Okay, well, this is a replication of a project that Slider and a guy named Milky Way Outcast have put together, and it's based on my penny oscillator circuit that was a jewel thief, where right in here on the base circuit, I had put a capacitor and a 1 meg variable resistor, and then I made the coils out of steel wire, twist tie wire, put a capacitor up here, and it run on very, very low input. And what this guy did right here, Milky Way Outcast, he took out the capacitor and the resistor, and the darn thing oscillates without that. If you have a very low power input, this will actually oscillate. Now I've got a radio here tuned to a null station so you can hear it. And that's what it sounds like. Now the capacitor I'm using is a 10 microfarad. You can go on up to 100 microfarad and it changes the pulse rate, or you can go down. if I pull that capacitor, this will actually continue to oscillate, but you won't see much of a flash here because there's so little energy coming in there. Milky Way Conquest is the one that I'm really attributing to this find and this invention, and I'll give a link to his videos and then the Slider's videos. Now, what Slider's done with this circuit is he's linked them together, and he's joined up the output right here in a series fashion in such a way that he's actually gaining a voltage increase, a power increase by linking them together. And he wants to do a whole bunch of them and make like a power cube chip type of thing to show how you can have a very low input power source and then link these circuits together and come up with something that's really interesting. So anyway, what we're using here are chokes. These are chokes, one wound one way and one wound the other way. Like a jewel thief is where the start and the end go together, and then you link it up to a transistor. Now, normally there's a resistor in here and a normal jewel thief, and that's all there is to a jewel thief. Works down to about half a volt or so. Adding this capacitor right here, if the voltage is very low, it still oscillates. And I found that really, really interesting. Now, the reason I named my penny oscillator was because it would run on a battery made out of a copper penny. And a copper penny inside is zinc. If you take off the copper, the zinc. So you put the copper penny and then the sanded down copper penny on it, piece of paper towel, paper clip, some water between it, and now you got the power needed to run with these really low power oscillators.
Wow.
Now the granddaddy of all of this is
cool.
the penny oscillator, which is that right there, and that's made with those twist tie wires that you got at the dollar store, and then that circuit with the added 1 meg potentiometer, and then the capacitor going to the base. Now this project right here is a replication of one that Magnet Man 2000 posted, where he ran the thing, I guess, for a year on a battery. And I've been working on this for over a year, and it's really interesting. I may give a report, separate video on that, but basically that penny oscillator is reduced down by not having a capacitor and a resistor between one of the coils and the base of the resistor. It's just naked. It's just simple. So I'm just calling it the simple penny oscillator. But this guy right here, Milky Way Conquest, Outcast, I'm sorry. I'll give the link to that video. And he put a ammeter, microammeter on that thing. And this is running down in the microamps. I don't know what we can do with this, but when I heard this, what comes to my mind is pulse motor. I don't know. Maybe there's some way to take that pulse and use that pulse to trigger a pulse motor. I don't know. Anyway, that's the latest. Thank you to Slider and Milky Way Outcast for this, I'm considering a new circuit. Thank you.
Isn't that cool?
That's very
really
cool.
neat.
Here's another one. This one's great too. Yeah,
Yeah, that looks neat.
yeah, this one's a recent video.
Okay, happy holidays, everyone. I made a little motor to celebrate the holidays. This is, I'm calling the 2024 holiday motor. It's just a floating type of rotor, very common idea. It's got a driver here, reed switch. It's got a transistor driver over here. Starts up once it gets going. And there's the circuit diagram. You can freeze frame it. Now, once it gets going, I can take the reed switch part out. And now it's just running on the transistor circuit, which is that one right there. You can freeze frame this and study the circuit diagram. Nothing fancy here. It's just something to celebrate the holidays. A little holiday motor. There was one thing that was a little unusual about this that I did. I've done this before, and the one I did it before, I just put a hole in the lid, and it was kind of unstable. So I put this little plastic piece in here and just thought, well, it's going to slow it down so much it won't work, but it didn't. I got the plastic piece just the right diameter, I guess. And when that thing starts spinning around, if you keep the weight down on it, it runs for a long, long time just on a push. And you could use a permanent magnet, or you could make up a coil driver like this. This is the easiest one. It's just the reed switch one. And once you get this thing revved up, I mean, the thing just goes for a long, long time just on inertia. And anyway, this was my 2024 holiday motor. Thanks for watching.
I have to build one of those. That's cool.
It's so simple too, right?
Yeah,
Like,
very
so
simple.
Like, you can't get any simpler than that. And I bet you if he had a really good AA battery in there, that thing would probably run well over a year, because it's only drawing microwatts of power.
Not only that, depending on the circuit that he has, if it's able to capture some of the electricity that's being generated, while the magnet's spinning, you can add to
Pickup
the efficiency.
coils all the way around it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just pickup coils all the way around and dump it into a cap, and then now you can funnel that power into the source battery that's running the system, and you probably run for 4 or 5 years.
Wow.
Right?
That's so cool.
And he's
That's awesome, man.
And he's using lids from bottles.
Yeah, so that's the most ingenious thing that I'm gonna have to try that, because I have all those components right now. Exactly all of them.
Half his motors can fit in the palm of your hand. Like, how easy is that, right?
That's cool. I'm wondering, can you buy those little mini coils that he was using to pulse?
No, just get the bobbins you use for the sewing machine. That's what he's using. The little bobbins you buy for the sewing machine that go underneath. That's all he's using is little bobbins.
And you just wind it around it?
Yeah. Exactly. They don't even have cores in them. They're air coils.
Right. Right on. Sounds cool.
Guys, I'm just gonna step up for a quick smoke. I'll be right back. You guys can chat it up.
All right.
So yeah, I'll give an update on my end actually while Mike is not there. So it's not a big time update, but just still pretty important. So just
let's see what you got.
What you got, man?
Oh yeah.
StreamYard, this one.
Mr. Lania says you can use steel wool in core if you want more inductance. Thank you. All right,
So,
take it away, Phil.
Yeah, remember last time when I was talking about plagiarism, like my theory, the theory that I wrote in 2012 got plagiarized with a new theory called timescape, which it kind of replaces dark energy with time dilation. So I proposed that in 2012. I published a paper. Where on Science Direct here in Physics Procedure, and I was already proposing that the dark energy is just an illusion, and the real effect is a time dilation effect. So here you see a little graph with where the x-axis is the speed. The y-axis is the speed, and the x-axis is the distance. So the farther you are away from the center of the universe, then the galaxies are gonna travel faster, and the faster, like negatively or positively. So you're gonna have the because of the time contraction, the speed of the galaxies is gonna double, triple, and so on. The farther they are away from us. So it's very simple. The equations are extremely simple. This is high school algebra right here. Yeah, I'm explaining it very easily.
So
And
Phil, by replacing you said space time with time, or sorry, dark matter with
dark
time
energy.
dilation. Oh, dark
Yeah.
energy with time dilation. Does that have any effect or implications on Einstein's theories of light and space?
Yeah, actually, the cosmological constant that Einstein invented, it takes out the cosmological constant that
So it
Einstein
changes his
invented.
theory.
Yeah, it changes the maths of his theory. And a couple of weeks ago, a group of physicists came out with exactly the same idea that that time dilation is actually that dark energy is an illusion, but the real effect is time dilation and time contraction, and they change. You know, they know about relativity, so they're able to change relativity, the equations of relativity here, as you can see. So I don't really understand these equations, but it's just linear algebra with matrices and things like that. But the point is that they it's really a copy of what I was suggesting like
So it's not
12
like
years ago.
it's not like an extension of your work that's like more plagiarism. It's not like they're
Yeah,
like
exactly.
yeah. It's not
Yeah,
like they
so
said, "Oh, we're confirming what you said in your paper here."
yeah,
It's
exactly.
straight up like
They're not referencing me.
yeah.
No,
So I
Wow.
filed for plagiarism concern or archive uh, repository, the popular repository for scientific papers.
Sure.
I'm
Yeah.
explaining.
why didn't them first to tell them, hey, I have the rights over you already published, and if you don't mind, could you please cite me in your publication because this is my invention that supersedes yours.
Yeah,
You know,
that's exactly what I'm saying here.
Hmm.
I clearly state dark energy is an illusion based on the effect of time dilation, time contraction of the galaxies traveling away from each other.
Mm.
And yeah, so they publish a paper, blah blah. The paper I just presented. So yeah, so let's wait to see what happens. But you gotta defend yourself, man. Otherwise, people are gonna
Mm.
step on your toes, left
Yeah.
and right. Um, I also, again, I'm not gonna name names, but I also talked to a PhD, and they're pretty happy. They're pretty happy when you're not right. They reply to their message, but when they're not right, they're not gonna reply. You know what I mean?
Mm.
They're not gonna help you when they're not right. So yeah, that's again that's the I'm gonna let Sabine explain it here.
Oh, I don't get any. I'm not getting any audio. Yeah, we're not getting any audio.
Yeah, there's no audio on there. Yeah, no audio, Philip.
Anyway, I don't want to play too much.
Yeah, I think I seen that video. I saw that. That was posted this week, right?
Yeah, by Sabine. So I don't want to play too much because for copyright issues, but yeah, that's what I want to say. But the other cool thing I want to say also is OpenAI. They created an engine to create videos, and it's pretty cool. Check this out.
I like that. That's neat.
Yeah. So you can create videos now with OpenAI. It's called Sora. Actually, you go on Sora.com and you have to pay $20 per month, but
Yeah, they're coming out with some good AI programs for video creation now.
yeah, so Hollywood is gonna get replaced pretty soon, man.
I think so. Yeah. Well, Jay Widener, I follow his channel. He used to go on Coast to Coast quite a bit, and he says, "Yeah, Hollywood's going to probably be gone within the next few years."
Yeah.
Like there's just so much out there now that the average Joe Blow can be a producer. Cut his own movies. Develop his own characters, and yeah, it's just AI is just going to change everything.
That's getting bad.
Do you wonder like how deep it could go? Like for example, these images. Well, what if we ask it like really we want to construct it, but using proper scales? Don't you think it'll give you the recipe on how to really, convert that image into real, not just an image? I mean, it's already an open AI, so it has vast amounts of information that it could,
It's only going to get better and better the way I see it. Like I said, Hollywood's days are numbered, man. With all this AI stuff coming out, Yeah.
You're not wrong. There's a good point that I make to that effect that I used to strive to be a musician. I wasn't good enough, but like people who are striving to be a musician now, you can go on Udio and produce like a song in 5 minutes that is straight up professional and legit. There's a couple of tweaks and you can't even tell. It's almost creepy the level of detail.
Yeah. But like even like making ebooks, like there's guys out there making a ton of cash making their own ebooks using AI to actually make the book.
Oh, God.
Just write me a book.
Yeah. They just put in all the criteria that they want in the book and say write a 5,000 page book on this topic with all this criteria, and with a matter of less than 5 minutes your book is done, and then you can
and there's a problem with AI though. When you spit out large amounts of information, you got to go through all of that and make sure it's accurate, because there could be parts of that it spits out that aren't entirely accurate.
Yeah, I'll be back 1 second. Just gonna reset my printer here.
Maybe I should use AI. I could do a story about holes. It might give me some great Star Trek ideas. I just put in the parameters and watch it go, but it may be fairly inappropriate for this whole channel.
Well, there's that one AI website, Jars, that I was using, remember, to make the TV shows. And you give it like a description, an idea, and characters, and then it would just make a TV show for you.
I don't know, man. It starts to suck. You'd have people like me making the movies, and then you'd be in real trouble.
But at least it's original,
Well, it'd be original, all right. But Yeah. At least it wouldn't be a bunch of dancing fairies half the time when you're trying to watch a show and then they start dancing around. I can't stand that crap.
What
Here's
is
one
that?
fella
Shows
just-
the like
Yeah.
what's this called? It's skating. You know on the Rideau Center, Mike.
What's
The
that? Say that
you know
again?
on the Rideau Center the people who skate with the music. How is it called again? The
The Napster?
No, on the Rideau Center in Ottawa during the winter time. There are people that skate with the music.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
How are they called again?
Oh,
I don't know, but that would be cool. See, you're going to a show expecting that. I didn't go to the movie to watch a bunch of people dance around like fairies and start singing. Okay? That's the shit that pisses me off. It's like, dude, if we're musical and I sign up to walk in that door, then sure, you got my attention. Other than that, please don't do it during a movie. Like, don't break out into song. Like, God.
Musicals, yeah.
I can't take it. Like,
yeah, musicals drive me batty.
I have to fast forward the whole thing and miss the plot and skip the whole episode or whatever it is. I cannot stand it.
That's how movies were made in the 1920s. It was all music based because remember in the 1920s they were all music based because they
Yeah, because back then it was all in the theater, right? They didn't have TV back then. Then the TV came out, and then you had, like Charlie Chaplin,
exactly.
It was all silent movies. There wasn't audio at that time.
Exactly, yeah.
So it was all that kind of stuff. And then, eventually the sound got added to the TV, and that just totally revolutionized the whole TV genre, right? That's where
I imagine Nathan in that time period getting angry at the show because it's
No, it'd be fine because you expect it. It's just like if you watch an SNL skit and all of a sudden they start wrestling in oil and you're like, what the hell's going on here? Like, I didn't expect that at all. Like, why are you doing that?
Or you watch the Joker sequel expecting a really dark movie and then it just busts out into a musical the whole time.
Oh, dude, that's like painful. And then people are like, yay, let's watch this. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, all of you leave. Just get out. Just get the hell out.
You know,
Just
that
go get a
movie flops
refund.
because of that very reason. People were expecting a completely different movie and they got a musical.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand if you want to go see Cats or something and you sign up for that and you're like, woohoo, this is great.
Yeah, if you know it's a musical, then, if that's your thing, then go see a musical. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
Fiddler on the Roof is a classic, but when I watched Joker, I didn't expect that. That's just all I have to say.
Have you guys not watched kids' movies? Like kids' movies, they're filled with songs.
Yeah.
Like probably not.
But that's kids, though. That's kids.
Yeah, but it's still a musical.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just everybody has different tastes, right? And what they want to watch. But
Oh no, I love musicals. I love Disney movies and stuff. But like sitting down and watching the Joker sequel specifically, that kind of like it shocked me, and it was kind of disappointing in a way, because you were expecting something completely different.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. But yeah, AI is going to destroy Hollywood.
Yeah, it's going to replace a lot. We're going to see AI generated movies. We probably have already seen a few AI generated scripts for movies.
Yeah.
things like what?
Go ahead, Phil.
Movies like Avatar and things like that are going to be fully automated.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't need.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Oh no. Oh. You don't need James Cameron to screw the movie up.
What Jay Weidner was talking about, and he made a very good point. Back in the 80s and 90s, actually 70s, the writing was so much better. He says now the writing sucks.
Yeah.
Like there's no good writers anymore.
Yeah.
There's a few
The-
good
the-
still.
Yeah,
a few,
very
but it's hard.
far and
Yeah,
very few in between.
They like they like originality, and they just take same old franchise and you repeat like
Like
the 10th edition of the same freaking movie.
yeah, like probably one of the best geniuses of our time was Daniel Kubrick. You know, he did 2001 Space Odyssey and The Shining, and you know those movies are iconic. Those things are going to stand the test of time. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The
Hey,
writing stinks now.
it's like Star Wars. The original one were pretty
Yeah, George
pretty
Lucas.
nice, and now the new ones. I didn't even watch it, but apparently the new ones is Luke Skywalker is a homeless dude, and
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Phil's review of Star Wars. This is great. Come on,
He's a
continue. I'm
homeless
sorry.
man. What have they done to him? Oh my god.
Oh man,
Oh.
that's too good.
See, we're going off the rails again.
We're taking you to the movies, Phil, and having your commentary.
Oh, man. Could you imagine us doing a movie review on the space station?
Oh, that'd be great. Oh,
We'd tear it apart.
I really think we should approach NASA and say, we got your next crew.
We'll fix all your holes. That might have
you're
came
so-
out wrong, NASA.
Lulu's so quiet here.
and what about James Bond, man? It's like what's James Bond's in the new Star Trek movies. They haven't released any James Bond movies recently in the
They're
last
still
10
trying to
years.
decide. Yeah, they're still trying to decide who the next James Bond is, I guess.
Yeah, they wanted the. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their agenda is, but I know the last one, he didn't want to play anymore or something like that
Oh,
for some reason. I don't know.
what's his name? He's the Australian guy, right?
Yeah.
Daniel Craig?
Daniel Craig. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's good. He actually fits that part well. They picked a good Bond.
Yeah, but I think that the best Bond for me was Roger Moore.
Yeah, you think so? I don't think so. I didn't like Roger Moore at all.
Oh, yeah, because he was kind of laughing at the same time, you know, when he was winning a case, he was laughing at the enemy, so it was kind of funny. But what did you prefer? What's his name? The original one? What?
Yeah,
Sean Connery?
Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I preferred him better over the other guy.
Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean Connery was good, obviously.
Yeah. The originals are always the best.
Yeah.
Like over the holidays here, they actually had the Matrix, the very first Matrix on YouTube, free.
Classic.
And I'm telling you, you can't beat that movie. That movie,
Mm-hmm.
oh,
I know it by
I
heart
tell you,
I love that movie.
100 times. Like,
I tell you what. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
go ahead.
If you watch that movie with Smooth Video Project, it doubles your frame rate, and it makes action movies look a lot like. Sometimes you can like make out the action a lot better. It's made a significant difference, and I've rewatched The Matrix specifically. It works so well with it.
well, I can tell you the fourth one sucked.
Yeah,
It's just-
yeah, it was
No,
terrible.
The first two were decent. After that, then not so much. It's something I don't know. I just like
You
the
know what it
original.
was, though? And this is my personal theory. The Wachowski brothers stole the source material from some lady who wrote a book, okay? And they only had enough source material to do one movie, okay? So they had to wing the second and third when it was so popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Rambo. Rambo, the first one, was based on the novel.
First Blood.
And
Yeah.
the fourth was just a straight up cash grab. That was terrible.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree with Nathan. It wasn't thought out at all.
Yeah. Well, at least in Rambo, he stuck to who he was, huh?
Like the
Rambo, I liked.
first, you know, the first three like really described a lot of scientific things. You know, like it had to do with computer science. It had to do with
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I like The Matrix and I like the first Terminator.
Yes.
All that stuff, you know.
Yeah. Like there was something that, you know, it gave you information to search about. Like, oh, is this possible? Is there something like, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I think these
lot to
movies,
think about.
I think these movies are a preview of what's coming down the line as far as tech. Terminator, you got Skynet. Now you got these drones flying all over the place, just like in Terminator. Just like in Terminator, no different. You know, AI, Skynet. They just opened a Skynet computer system in Germany this last week. If anybody heard about that.
Of course, it'd be the Germans.
Yep.
Oh,
So yeah, they're all linked up with Google now. They're calling it a Skynet system. So
Carl Schwab.
That's literally what they're calling
Germans,
it. Wow.
yeah, that's what they're calling
the
it.
Germans and their Carl Schwabs.
Yeah,
The deep state guy.
yeah.
Wow.
The guy from the World Economic Forum. That guy's the devil. He is the devil.
Yeah.
Do these like nets of like Skynet or any satellite configuration, like for example what we're talking about right now, would that cause a filtration system to where that our conversation goes to, you know, what server, what country?
Sure. Well, you got this. You got Starlink satellite. Look at the Starlink satellite. That's all part of the Skynet system.
Mm-hmm. One of the big problems with the we had I forget what it was called. It was exposed during the Edward Snowden incident. But one of the dragnets that we have on basically the entire world, the CIA does. One of the big problems is they only had a handful of people who had access to that information, right? But now we have artificial intelligence that can scrub through everything. You know what I mean? So that is that's scary in my opinion.
Yeah,
That's the scary thing.
weaponizing it, right?
Yeah. So
No, I think it's called like picking up the chatter, because chatters, this is what they refer to as chatter, is more of deep scientific information.
You tell him, Phil.
I had to show.
Don't
that.
take no
Sorry.
shit.
that was awesome.
Nathan's artwork for the week.
Yeah. Thanks. Actually, I'll post.
Make sure you add that to your report.
For the haters.
Oh man, yeah, but you're pulling the words out of my mouth, Nathan.
Perfect.
Yeah, when they take Phil's ideas, he's like, "Yeah, you think that."
So funny, man.
Was that? I guess was that AI driven, or you did that?
Oh, I did that. I was in there messing around and, making another video, and I thought, "Oh, this is great. I have to do this."
Yeah, with all these, he's so easy, man. It's like, geez, so easy to get.
Well, here's the other thing. Here's one thing that you could use AI for, and I've actually done this, making the power cell, is I'm using the AI chat to help develop the cell. It's given me a lot of ideas to try and solutions to problems in that. So in that aspect, AI can be a very powerful tool. But
Yeah, or you could just be teaching the whole world how to build your cell without you even knowing it.
Yeah.
By teaching AI exactly what to look for.
Yeah, exactly. So
but the AI can only help you with what it's
with the
trained on.
experiment. Yeah.
You'll be on a list soon.
So
Yeah,
you probably
I
doesn't
probably
know.
already am.
Well, the government's scrubbing it, so you're on the list. So
Yeah,
they said you got too much technology.
I'm too smart for these guys.
No, but
Right.
you know what I mean. The AI is trained on a pack of knowledge, but it probably doesn't know about the negative energy and things like that.
No.
So it cannot help you for that aspect. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like as far as like chemical compositions and particle stuff, particle science stuff, it actually has helped me out quite a bit. Give
Yeah.
me some ideas for experiments to try to see the reactions I'm getting with the
Yeah.
elements that I'm working with. And the thing is, with the whole power cell thing, is I'm trying to make it that it's all household items and they're non-toxic, non-explosive. You don't have to worry about, having a Tesla blow up like a Roman candle. You know what I mean? So that's kind of important to me. I could go and build the most powerful battery on the planet, but if it's going to put people in danger, like the lithium-ion batteries are, why would I want to do that? I want to build something that's stable. I want to build something that's going to last, right?
Exactly. It's like these new batteries that are coming out. Like I'm hearing, oh, this new battery, but it has radioactive material. And I'm like, come on, man. I've spent way too much time around radioactive material. I don't need anything more.
Oh, so that's what happened.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not going to lie. It made me a little loopy.
Yeah, if you shut the lights off and there's still light in the room, you know you got a problem.
Well, there's no light if I shut my mouth.
Oh, wow.
I'm kidding.
But,
wow, that was pretty descriptive.
yeah, but, like some of the stuff that I've utilized in the cell will totally surprise some people. It's just unbelievable.
And it's pretty funny since the AI is there. I've got like people claiming to be script writers. They want to write script for my book, but the truth is, it's really easy to use AI to write a script for you. So yeah, right. I'm gonna pay them to use the AI to write a script for me. So might as well use it.
Yeah.
They think you don't know.
You pay
So
me
there's a lot of
to have AI to write the script for you, huh?
Sorry?
Huh? I said pay me to have AI
Yeah.
to write the script for you.
So I just give you an idea to scam.
No space stations and no nuts.
Yeah. Hey.
But yeah, this technology is just moving so fast. If you guys want a good read, Art Bell, the radio host guy back in the 80s and 90s, he wrote a book called The Quickening. You should read it. It's actually a very good read. It's about, how time seems it's speeding up. Technology and progress is speeding up. And it's pretty much, he wrote the book back in the 90s, mid 1990s. And everything that he talks about in this book back then is happening right now, which is mind blowing.
Oh, yeah.
And Terrence McKenna, he's another one too. Look up Terrence McKenna, and he talks about all this stuff, singularity and AI coming up and virtual reality. These guys were talking about this stuff in the mid 90s.
What happened to Art Bell? I used to listen to him.
Who's that? Art Bell?
Yeah.
Art Bell you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he passed away in 2016, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's funny that the writing of Nostradamus ends right now. I think they end in the beginning of this millennium. I guess he didn't want to talk about what's going to happen.
It was too traumatic.
No doubt. Some people would be rolling in their graves right now if they knew what was going to happen like 10, 15 years down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Terrence McKenna, if he was alive today, oh man, he'd be dumbfounded. He got it so right.
I know Tesla would be furious how we've been stuck for so long, you know? He would be absolutely fuming. He'd be like, you all are morons.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but it's all...
Be schmucks.
Yeah, schmucks.
We are schmucks because
Yeah.
we are all... Even the military is manipulated by money, so... You know...
Yeah, you're not wrong, Phil. You're not wrong. That's absolutely correct. So,
You know, they want to monetize everything into a money cycle first. They want to first benefit monetarily, and then they'll say, okay, for whatever inventions comes afterwards. But you know, they make sure, you know, they have a money cycle for whatever it is first, and then they
exactly. So if they have if it fits their agenda, then you're gonna be part of it. Otherwise, they're just gonna ignore you.
schmuck a duck. Mr. Lanius.
The chat's completely different than the show.
Remember during the COVID, they kept saying follow. They kept saying, follow the science. They kept saying that, trust the scientists and all that. But the scientists, they trust their wallet. So we should, you know, while they were saying trust the scientist, trust science, I was saying follow the money. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. No kidding.
I would go by follow the money first.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
It's
so bad.
Yeah, it's scary to think what's going to happen in the next 5 years by 2030. It just, I don't know if it scares me or intrigues me or.
Well, I think I don't think we're gonna get nuclear. I don't think we're gonna get nuclear because that's gonna destroy the deep state as well. So
yeah,
they
they're
don't
going to
want that.
just go super stealth, super hypersonic speeds. That's where it's going to go.
Yeah,
I think everybody knows it's pretty much suicide to use nukes. So it's like, why even put them on the table? Because you know you're just going to vaporize the entire planet. You know.
Well, the people are doing that to negotiate. That's why in North Korea, they're threatening everybody. They in Iran, they want to negotiate. You know, that's their strategy.
They're using the nuclear thing as an ace in the pocket for negotiating.
Exactly.
Right?
It's the dumbest thing that they could all do. You know, achieving nuclear state. It's about the advancement in science, you know, for you know, getting credit, like this country developed this, but it's not ever meant for you know, because it directly harms them. So who would be dumb enough? I think you know, the countries that have that is just as a think of it like a degree, you know, in their scientific world of that country. Like their scientists were, it's a credit to
but it's not necessarily their scientists. Maybe they hired an ex Russian,
I mean, it's like soccer. You could go hire a soccer player from, you know, the best part of the world to play for your team, but if, you know, they're still call him, or, you know, you understand, it's, I don't know.
You know what? The way I see it too is, you know, you got Putin, you got all these troublemakers. They're all in their 70s, pushing 80. You know, they might be around maybe another 5 or 10 years if they're lucky. So we just got to worry about the new schmucks coming up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What's up? What's up with Putin? He's president forever. There's no time off for their mandates.
No, he got rid of term limits. He's installed himself as like a permanent dictator.
Oh, okay. But yeah. So can you imagine Trump does the same thing? He changes the laws to no. Can you imagine Biden doing the same thing? He changes the laws right before Trump gets inaugurated.
Oh God,
No, please.
we don't need that. Please no.
Well, there's only so
Right.
much the executive branch can do without the Congress itself. You know,
Oh.
it's so there's protections from stuff like that. Honestly, it's not really a concern. I don't think.
I think he'll die first.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
like
you might be
close,
right,
yeah.
Nathan.
We'll get Kamala. Oh, I'll be
that's
unburdened by what has been.
Like I can just forget this nightmare.
Didn't
Well, I'll be
he?
doing Kamalaism instead of pledging to the flag.
We got to get rid of our Trudeau.
Yeah.
that's
how
another,
how long does he have in his term left?
Well,
One more
right
year.
now they're really putting pressure on him now to call an election.
Even his liberal team wants to get rid of him.
Yeah. Yep. They want to throw him overboard.
Throw him under the bus as soon as possible.
Getting a little too high off his own farts.
Yeah. And then he's gonna jump on a plane and he'll spend his last days on the planet in China.
Yeah.
Like Maurice Strong. Remember that guy? Maurice Strong?
Who's
was
that?
he was
Yeah,
the guy
who
who
is that?
started. He was an oil tycoon in Calgary, and he got into United Nations as he started the Green Movement at the UN. So
I knew his name sounded
this
familiar.
was back in the late 60s, early 70s. And he was the guy that really kind of pushed the Green Movement, that whole narrative. And after he retired, he lives in communist China in a gated community, impossible to get a hold of. You can't, well, I don't even know if he's still alive, but yeah, he's just one of those schmucks that did a lot of damage and, start hiding in China. So
Good,
nobody
let's send all those schmucks there.
Oh, that's where all the schmucks live.
You know, that is what countries used to do, is used to exile people. I mean, you know, it's if you look at history, you know, there have been few historical figures that have been exiled out of, you know, this country or that country.
Well, look at Russia. Perfect example. After Gorbachev was pushed out and Putin came in, Gorbachev retired and lived his rest of his life in Florida.
Yeah, that's true. That is
Right.
true.
And
A little too
Pierre
close to
Elliott-
comfort.
Pierre Trudeau, he moved to Florida as well. A lot, even who was the other one? There was another one.
After all the
See,
damage.
Trudeau
he-
moved to Florida.
Yeah, they all moved to Florida. Like, it's weird. It's like a safe haven for ex-presidents and prime ministers.
Yeah, that's why I moved out of that place.
Wow.
all the rats from Canada, they end up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like somebody took America and held it and then shook it, and all the crazy people seem to fall down to
Fall right down to Florida. hey, it's that old saying, shit rolls downhill, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Oh yeah, but by the way, did you have you heard about the drones? They're spraying a smart
fog or
dust,
something. Yeah.
a fog. Yes, you call it smart dust. It's like nanoparticles or something like that.
Yeah, I heard something about that. Yeah, I think you were talking about that on WhatsApp. Yeah.
Yeah, I posted that on APEC or in my group or whatever.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. They're gonna track us. They're redoing what they felt with the COVID. because with the COVID there were too many rebels that didn't want to get vaccinated. So now they're using nanoparticles.
Oh God.
Well, they were doing the chemtrails for years and years, doping the ionosphere, and now it's starting to come out that they've been doing weather modification for years. Years.
But the weather modification, actually, it opens the sea roads up in northern Canada, so they can it melts the ice in northern Canada, and the trade, the major trade is going to be using the naval sea path over there.
Yeah.
And it's gonna bypass it. That's what Trump want to do. He want to do either the Panama Canal or using the northern.
Up through Alaska, right near Baffin Island.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why they don't really care about.
You chose taco dust. It was like the tacos you made.
Oh man!
Oh dang!
The man with too much time on his hands.
Look at the detail.
Also, some pretty vicious flames. Oh God!
Oh, it's his new thunderstorm generator.
Yeah,
it's
created some plasmoids.
Yeah, the plasmoids
green energy,
butthole.
Green energy propulsion.
I got your propulsion right here.
Yeah, here it is, right out of my butt.
Oh,
it's your presentation for APEC.
Oh.
Oh God.
Oh my. Oh, that's what happens when I make tacos. It just blasts all out, man. Never
Tacos
good.
are good, man.
New butt-powered scooter.
Butt-powered scooter.
Oh, he said it's 100% why people tacos. Joe did.
See what it says at the bottom. See what it says at the bottom of my screen. Innovative minds. Innovative minds. Quote unquote.
We need to be inspired, you know. That's all.
Oh.
And the minds of artists are truly created is by inspiration.
Oh, don't catch me at 4 a.m. on Facebook, man, because that's when that stuff comes out.
But but yeah, to go back to the northern trade, like sea trades, there's gonna be war with Russia because they tried to take. I think China tried to take Greenland, or they slowly tried to take control of Greenland.
Yeah, I heard there's going to be a fight for the North because, you know, if you can take over that area and get that sovereign area, then you can, you know, have your vessels go from the Pacific to the Atlantic.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. It's an alternative route.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, what's Canada going to do about it? You know, they're interfering in our sovereign waters, right?
But that's why Trump wants to annex Canada.
Well, we're so tightly knit as it is, anyways. You know, if the U.S. were to say, "Hey, yeah, we can assist in, you know, protecting your sovereign waters," would you do it? I think Canada would say, "Sure, help us out." I don't think they would refuse.
Yeah. But I mean, but all Trump has to do is like give away like annex Canada for $5. I mean, we're such in deep shit right now because of Trudeau.
Deep shit.
You know, all he has to do is it's gonna cost him $5 to do so. So doesn't matter at that point. We can't even win the junior world tournaments in hockey anymore. We lost every game of the junior world championships.
What? We used to be stealing your guys' hockey players here in Michigan.
I know,
like,
we
because you had
lost.
such the best.
We lost every game, every single game of the finals, the semifinals, the demifinals, the quarterfinals. We lost everything in the junior hockey league. It's horrible, man. It's like the that's the Trudeau effect, you know, the
Trudeau effect.
The Trudeau effect. It's like a disease. He's like a disease.
I know. It's like a
We'll release the Trudeau virus on you.
Exactly, you got it, man. The Trudeau virus.
Yeah.
It's a virus that spreads all over.
Yeah.
But every time he speaks, he says, "Oh, Canadian." In French, you have to put a gender to the when you say Canadian. So he always says, tous les Canadiens et les Canadiennes. No, every Canadians wants this. No, we never said we want that. You know, he speaks in our name. You know, we never said what he says we want. You know what I mean? He always speaks the same way. He says, "Oh,
He's
les
the last
Canadiens, les
guy you
Canadiennes
want.
veulent ça." So,
He's the
sorry.
last guy you want to represent.
Yeah, exactly. So,
No representation, like, you know, or like different or state, city, or county, or I don't know how you divide Canada.
Provinces.
Yeah, provinces. Do you have like provinces representatives, you know, in the government, or?
Yeah, we have our premiers, right?
Yeah.
So each province has a premier, right? And then that's at the provincial level, and then the Fed, right?
a little bit like United States. You have certain laws at the provincial levels, and some other at the federal level. Yeah,
And you, like, if you as a civil, like as a citizen civilian, is there like a place where you can suggest things for the government, you know, not due to a problem as a court case or anything, but just as a preventative suggestion in, you know, politics and stuff like that? Is there something like that in Canada?
to send suggestion to Trudeau.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should retire. I think he should get away as far as possible from North America.
Yeah, that's about it.
Well, let's seize your bank account. That's what Trudeau does.
I know.
Take your money.
Send him to Siberia or something like that.
Send him Phil's middle finger picture.
Yeah. There's your going away gift.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Oh,
that guy is just a friggin' train wreck. Just a train wreck.
Oh man.
I'm trying to find one more video here on lid motor. He made this really cool motor.
But have you guys noticed politicians? Politicians, it's always everybody who fails in law or acting and ends up a politician.
Yeah, we need more engineers and scientists for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God. Here we go again. Oh God.
I pity the fool, tell me them lies.
Oh man.
Didn't I tell you about that zero energy, boy?
Oh God, I gotta remove that. Oh Lord. Lord have mercy. Oh God.
I told you. 4 in the morning.
Wow.
That's great.
That's something else.
I love the mohawk on little Ben. It was,
That is so funny.
Oh, my stomach's hurting. Oh.
Oh, man.
God.
I don't want to know how
Mini
long this
Mr.
is.
T. Mini Mr. T.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Mini me.
That's Mr. T's long lost child. The brother from another mother.
Mini Mr. T. Mini T. Mini T. There you go. Mini T. I'm going to call
Little
you Mini T.
Mini T.
Oh, 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 my eyes are. I got tears in my eyes. Lulu, what'd you think of the artwork?
No, but I was saying like Ben's face is like reaction is priceless. Like with that.
Oh, jeez.
He's teaching me how to pity the fool. It's like live in action teach.
it's so great.
Well, I don't know if I could top that.
I stopped trying to top Nathan a long time ago.
Oh my.
Wow. Oh, I want to show this video. It's another lid motor video. He calls it his rubber band jewel thief. This is cool because I know Ben's working on the jewel thief. So I want to show him this video.
Ooh, yes,
It
I
is
love
the
the jewel
coolest
thief.
thing ever. You got to watch this.
Google AI helps you find your best
Wow,
customers
commercial.
by optimizing your campaigns in real time. Start.
Yeah.
A fun
Shit.
thing I came up with. I'm just calling it the rubber band jewel thief. And I got a big kick out of
Oh,
these
reed switch.
little projects. They don't take a lot of time, but they're fun. And this operates like a
Interesting.
jewel thief. And how it works is there's a couple of magnets here on a rubber band. There's a reed switch right here, electromagnet power source, which is the AA battery. And this, all this is like I say, a reed switch and a coil of wire. And when the magnet gets close to the reed switch, it turns on the juice that pulls the magnet in, actually pushes it away. And then and when it pushes it away, the switch goes off and the circuit's broken, and then it bounces back and it starts oscillating again. See
So
that
that's
come on?
bouncing. This is vibrating. Look.
See the magnet going
These
back?
vibrators are sick.
So
And
It's
this
a micro vibrator.
And the LED is operated with the
branching into a new
elastic field
science,
of that
huh?
coil. The energy
High-tech vibrators.
comes back out of the coil. It comes out in a high
0
voltage,
point energy
low
powered.
amperage deal that lights the LED, because you couldn't light it up with a AA battery, and that's why the jewel thieves were so fascinating.
He's
is
the
you could
original
take a
researcher for the
battery that was
vibrator.
dead and make an LED go off of a dead AA battery, and so they named it the jewel thief because it stole the last.
You could also
little
use that
bit
as a mini
out of a
speaker.
dead
You know that,
AA
right?
battery.
Yeah.
Now,
That's always
on the
so cool.
transistor versions
Yeah.
of this, they stop
And
working.
it's free to
The
oscillate with the
transistors
rubber-
down
that's
at around
genius.
half a volt, little less than half a volt on most of them. This one here, because it's mechanical, I got this to run all the way down to 0.2 volts, and it would still pull that magnet in enough to operate the reed switch. And so anyway, I got a kick out of this, and I got a radio here so you can hear the sound of it. And I can vary the frequency by moving this in and out.
Sounds like an engine.
That's tapping 0 point energy, folks.
That's cool. Is that 2 magnets on
Yeah,
that
2 magnets.
rubber band?
Yeah, one
And
on
they're
each
stuck
side.
together
Yeah,
between...
just
And at that
holds it
point
together.
there, he really looks like it's going all the time. And even though it's not, it's
That
oscillating.
simulates a
But
reed switch. Is that simple, huh?
anyway, I just thought that I would share that with some of the people that like these little simple projects, that you can make a mechanical jewel thief using a rubber band and a couple of nails, and then a couple of needle magnets put on either side of the rubber band, and a reed switch that's positioned next to the coil, and you can make an oscillator. And this is a mechanical, electrical oscillator. And like
It's
I
an
said, I'm just calling it
oscillator,
the rubber
Nathan.
band jewel thief, and
Not a
on
vibrator.
lid motor, and it's
Sounds like a
24th of
vibrator.
July 2016, and that's my rubber band jewel thief.
Oh,
Cool.
wow.
What'd you think of that?
He took the place of
That
the
was
jewels,
really
that's
cool.
for sure.
Sounds like resonance, like what Tesla was working on when you want to destroy buildings and stuff like that.
Can you imagine that little thing destroying a building? It's like we're getting ready to demolish a building, guys. You bust out this little tiny circuit that size. It's almost
Tesla's
comical.
earthquake machine.
You, like
Nice.
set it down on the ground. Everybody back up, real. But I can imagine it's not that far off.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being in jail and telling the deputies, "Get me out of here, or I'll break the whole jail."
Yeah.
You take it out of your pocket.
micro earthquake machine.
Yeah.
That's funny. But no, that's cool. I'm gonna have to try that. That's very neat. I love like ingenious, handmade, improvised stuff like that.
Yeah, it's such a simple circuit. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Used a magnetic reed switch, the little glass tube ones, the vacuum tube reed switch.
Right. Yeah. So I don't have money to buy a reed switch, but I have a rubber band and 2 of those magnets. So that's awesome. I can make myself a small little coil, you know.
It's using the little bobby that you use for the sewing machine.
Yeah, my girlfriend sews, so I can grab one of those that she's not using, just wind one up.
Yep.
Nice.
Very simple little experiments, but they actually exhibit, drawing in the negative energy into the system. Yep. Very cool stuff. I've been watching that guy for years now. He's been around for a while.
Yeah, it's a cool channel. I'm gonna check out his stuff. Definitely gonna try to build that mechanical reed switch with the rubber band. That looks cool.
Yeah, I thought you would like that one because I liked it when I saw him. Like, damn, so
it's
easy.
fun. Yeah, it's something fun. Like it's one thing to build a circuit and have a light up, but you're building a little miniature like oscillator with a with a pulse to it, and now you can kind of make a miniature speaker or something. That's what I'd probably do.
Yeah, I just put the link in the chat there for lid motor.
Nice.
Oh, thank you. I'll have to subscribe to that.
Let's say libido motor.
The what?
Oh, Lin motor. Sorry.
Lid motor, Vito motor.
Couldn't read.
Yeah. There's some cool stuff out there. Yeah. And a lot of these videos, some of them are quite a few years old. There was one other guy I wanted to search here. For some reason, I got a brain fart and I can't think of his channel.
Okay, here's a fun thing.
Let's see if I can find him. I thought I had the subscription to his thing. I hate that when I'm looking for something and I can't find it.
That's a problem.
he does a lot of great stuff too. He does a lot of the jewel thief stuff. Can't believe I can't find him. Oh, this is crazy. Because I want to share it, and I can't find the station. Anybody else have stuff they want to share?
Oh, I guess if I share, but
God, I can only imagine.
I can only imagine too.
Well, hold on.
It's gonna be awesome. Come on, Nathan. You gotta do
We
it.
were having fun with Joe one day, so I made a video of him as a biker.
Joe break in StreamYard.
Oh, hit mute, hit mute, hit mute, hit mute.
You know, doing flash dance. Yeah.
Oh,
man.
Just fun. Oh yeah, I think the rest of it we'll just leave alone.
Yeah, you can't let everything out in one night. You gotta spread it out a little.
Oh, the music was the best. Yeah, you kind of have to. I don't know if you heard it because it started singing "Maniac for Love." It was hilarious.
Hold on, I think it might be.
Yeah, to mute it.
Yeah, I don't want to get him a copyright because he will get one for that.
Is this it? Hold on. I think I might have found it.
You find it?
I think so. Hold on. Where are you? I know you're here. Aha! That's it. That's
all right.
All right. Laser saber. Okay, where do I start with this guy? This guy has been putting out stuff since about 2009. He doesn't make any money on YouTube whatsoever. He might do a post maybe once or twice a year. Let's see. I want to show you. Oh yeah, Super Looper.
What is causing this? What the Are you guys hearing music? On my end, hold on.
Now I'd really like to improve the circuit and try to make something more like a reading lamp with it. All right, enough talking. Let's do the test. So what I'm going to do these runtime tests with is this film capacitor. This is a 0.75 microfarad 400 volt film capacitor. And the first test I'm going to do is just with a standard LED, no SGR looper circuit involved at all. But we're just going to see the runtime with just a single LED and a resistor with the energy that's in this film cap. So I'm going to disconnect it from the power supply. And I'm going to go ahead and connect this. We're just going to kind of get a baseline. So 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. I'd say about 5 seconds, give or take, of runtime with the energy that's in this film capacitor. So now I'm going to get that out of here. We're going to go ahead and charge this up again. And we're going to connect the circuit with this new coil up to this film capacitor. And then we'll disconnect and do a runtime test. So we're connected. You can see that the LED is lit. Now it's pulsing because this is a ringer circuit. So you can see there in my hand, the light from the LED pulsing and flickering. That's the nature of these ringer circuits. I can adjust that frequency by adjusting over here. I can crank it up, and that's what I'm going to do for the reading light. I'm going to add more resistance here. In this case, what I've got is a diode with a capacitor across that, just to tune it a little bit. But let's go ahead and do a runtime test here. So we're going to disconnect it. So last time we got 5 seconds. Now, of course, with it pulsing, we of course will get longer runtime. But let's check this out. We're just running along here. See the flicker? And this runs a really long time for running on less than a microfarad, 0.75 microfarad, 400 volt film cap. I'm really impressed with this level of performance. I've never been able to get a runtime like this on a film capacitor, that capacity with the old coil winding arrangement that I used to use. So definitely some improvement. Definitely going to keep experimenting. I've got a lot more ideas I want to try, but this experimentation's already paid off with the improvements that you see here. So I'll let this continue to run, but wow, that's some pretty good performance. And definitely better than anything I've seen before. I guess while this circuit's running, I can explain a little bit about it and how it works in the flashlights. So using this circuit in the flashlights, we were able to use an electrolytic capacitor. We did some flashlights with a supercapacitor. Those flashlights had a runtime in the hours. But what was really cool in the end, we called the flashlights the Tesla torch, and in the end we were using these electrolytic capacitors. And these, coupled with a very simple hand crank generator like this, would charge pretty much instantly. For every second you would crank the handle, you would get a minute plus of runtime on the lights. So 10 seconds of cranking would give you 10 minutes of usable flashlight light with just an electrolytic capacitor.
That's a really good
idea. That was really cool. And I've always wanted to go back and experiment more with this circuit and test some more ideas. I did find these new supercapacitors that I really like.
Yeah, well, anyways, it's a long video, so but Laser Saber, yeah, you want to check out his channel as well. He's got some really cool stuff there. He's also did Atma motors, atmospheric motors,
nice,
hydrostatic motors. He's got probably one of the best builds I've ever seen. And he actually had one hooked up to a drill bit, and he was actually able to drill holes through wood with this motor. Yeah, check that out. It's really, really cool. Yeah, there's some guys out there that are really making some cool stuff, and
yeah,
definitely. If you notice, Ken Wheeler his
Yeah.
channel. He used to make like cool experiments before, but now it's just
Yeah, he just talks now.
yeah, he's just babbling or rambling and things like that. And
Yeah, he's done that for a while now. I haven't seen him do a live demo of any kind of project in probably over a year, if not
yeah,
longer.
and he has like thousands of subscribers to his channel.
Yeah, he's like an Ashton Forbes. Same deal.
Yeah, he's too pissed off to do any actual experimenting. They call him the angry photographer.
Who do they call that?
That's what his
Ken?
name.
Ken
Yeah,
Wheeler,
Ken
yeah.
Wheeler, the angry photographer. That's what he refers to himself as.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's more into philosophy than actually doing science. If he does the science, I haven't seen it. The last thing that I saw, what he made was pretty cool. He did the ferrofluid where he was able to put the magnet on the ferrofluid.
I
and
saw
it
the
would
same thing.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of making that. That was the last good thing I've seen him make.
And that was a while ago. He put that
That
out
was
there.
well over a year ago, maybe 2 years ago.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
his chats aren't even about science.
what's that?
His chats aren't even about science.
Yeah, a lot of it isn't. A lot of it's philosophy, what's going on in the world, and
Yeah.
yeah.
But no, he's just rambling and repeating himself over and over again. So, but there was one experiment that was pretty cool. Is he had a magnet. I forgot the details, but it was a spinning magnet that was kind of locked at a certain angle. And I had an explanation for it. He could not explain it, but I forgot the details. But it was pretty cool. His stuff. I need to check it to search for it. But anyways,
Huh.
he's a has been, I guess.
Yeah,
Mike.
well,
Hey, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
He's a has been.
Has been. Yeah, I think personally, like I like in the beginning. Don't get me wrong; he's intelligent. He had some good stuff back then, but I just think now, like you said, everything's all repeated. It's just like he's kind of like lost the kind of whole direction he was going in. It's just talk now.
Yeah.
It's sometimes he'll talk about magnetism or 0 point energy or stuff like that, or Tesla or heavy side or whatever. But more and more, I'm not hearing that stuff anymore. Like he's lost his ideas, I guess. It seems like it's gone stale, right?
The guy is getting depressed or something.
But yeah,
I don't know if he can make pretty good money doing what he's doing, man. All more power to him,
Well, maybe it's working for him. Maybe this format is making him money, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
To each his own, I guess, right?
He claims he's not making money with his channel, but I don't think it's true.
You don't think he's making money on this channel?
No, he claims he's not making money, but I don't think. I think he does.
He's got how many subscribers does he have?
Who?
At least 40,000.
Who doesn't make money?
Ken Wheeler.
Oh, Ken Wheeler makes money on his channel.
Yeah, but he claims he doesn't.
Oh, I don't know.
you know, it's good to do stuff like that. Can have a bit of a contrast in the show. Oh, what happened to Ben? You
There he is.
Sorry about that.
Mini
No,
T.
I went to go
Mini T.
open a no. I
Little
went to go open another tab to look up something, and I keep getting this music, and I think I have like a pop up or a virus or something on my web browser because it keeps on giving me like this looped music. So I have
It's
to
the
mute
A-team
it.
trying to connect to you.
Oh God, no! I think I might.
They
have
want
some
you in
kind
the
of
front
virus.
seat of the van.
So say Ken Wheeler 3 times. He's gonna appear right behind you.
Oh God, he better not. I'm defending myself.
Yeah, you just
Oh, wow.
just go up to him and say, "Shut up, fool."
Oh, so great.
I got plan number 1 and plan number 2.
Ben T.
Mini T versus Ken Wheeler.
There you go, Mike. You can put it up one more time.
Yeah, there you go. Everybody take a screenshot.
I pity the fool.
It's so great.
Oh, man. Anyways, we're at the top of the hour. I guess we'll end this before we go off the rails. Right on. So yeah, 10 o'clock Pacific, 1 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
Right at Nathan Old Man Builds. Everybody check it out. Lulu, thanks a lot for joining us. Ben, Philip.
Thank you, Lulu.
We'll see everybody again next Friday.
Thanks, Mike. Have a good night, everybody.
Yep. Take care.
Good night.
Guys.
Take it easy.
Oh, guys, just stay on for a minute.